Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I never planned on telling this story. For a long time, I convinced myself it wasn't important, that it was just a strange night, a coincidence, something that only felt terrifying because I was young and reckless. But the older I get, the harder it is to ignore how often that night comes back to me. Usually when everything around me is quiet, when the world feels calm enough that my mind has room to wander. It always starts with a sound, a short electronic beep, sharp, clean. The kind of noise you barely notice unless you're already paying attention. I hear it sometimes in parking garages or when I walk past the back entrance of a grocery store late at night. Motion sensors, security systems, harmless things. But every time I hear that sound, my shoulders tense before I can stop myself. My breathing slows, and for just a second, I'm 17 again, standing in the dark, realizing that something or someone knows exactly where I am. That night was supposed to be relaxing, a weekend away. A campground filled with the usual comforts, the distant crackle of someone else's fire, the low murmur of voices drifting between RVs, the hum of generators and air conditioners cycling on and off. The kind of place where nothing really happens after midnight, except the occasional door slam or someone stumbling toward the communal bathrooms. Just beyond the trees, though, sat the amusement park. During the day, it was loud and cheerful, bright colors, faded mascots, the smell of old fryer oil clinging to the air. But at night, with the gates locked and the rides shut down, it became something else entirely. Metal structures loomed like skeletons against the sky. Empty booths reflected light in ways that made them look occupied when they weren't. And every few minutes, somewhere inside the park, a security light would flick on with a soft, mechanical click, washing concrete and steel in pale white before fading back into darkness. I remember the exact moment we crossed the fence line. The wire was cold against my hands. My shoe scraped softly against gravel when I landed, and immediately the air felt different, cooler, heavier, like stepping into a room that had been sealed for too long. There was no music, no laughter, just the faint hum of electricity and the distant whine of a golf cart engine somewhere far away. We thought we were alone. That belief lasted until the sound broke the silence. Beep. It came from behind us. Not loud enough to echo. Not dramatic enough to feel like an alarm. Just a single, unmistakable confirmation that something had detected movement, that we had been noticed. I remember freezing in place, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give us away. I remember the way my breath caught in my throat as I waited for shouting, for footsteps, for a flashlight beam to swing around the corner. None of that happened. Instead, I saw movement in the shadows across the service road. A shape lowering itself slowly, deliberately, as if mimicking our own posture. And when a nearby light flickered on for just a moment, I saw his face, close enough to know he was looking directly at us. He didn't run. He didn't shout. He smiled. Years later, the police would confirm that a man was killed inside that park after midnight. They never knew how close we were. They never knew what we saw, and they never knew why we stayed silent. But I think about it every time I hear that beep. Because the scariest part of that night wasn't what we witnessed. It was the feeling that we were spared. Not because we were safe, but because someone chose to let us go. And I've never been sure why. Chapter 1. The weekend I stopped trusting quiet. I'm writing this because I still hear that beep. It's strange how a sound can survive longer than a memory. Faces fade, places blur, even fear dulls with time. But certain sounds stay sharp, as if they're waiting patiently for the rest of your life to slow down enough so they can catch up with you again. For me, it's a short, electronic beep. Clean, neutral. The kind of noise that isn't meant to scare anyone. The kind of noise you're supposed to trust. I didn't after that weekend. At the time, I was 17, and the idea that anything truly bad could happen to me still felt abstract. Not impossible, just distant. Like something that happened to other people in other places, usually on the news, usually far away. That weekend was supposed to be quiet. That was the whole point. Quiet air, quiet nights. A break from school, from work, from the constant low-level noise of a life that hadn't even really started yet. It was late summer drifting into early fall, that stretch of the year where the days still feel warm, but the nights start reminding you that something colder is on the way. Upstate New York always changes moods around then. The air smells different. Trees along the highway start showing hints of yellow at their edges. The sun sets a little earlier every evening, like it's in a hurry to leave. We pulled into the campground just after 5 in the afternoon. The entrance sign was weathered, its paint sun-bleached and peeling, but the name was still readable. Beneath it hung a smaller notice with campground rules printed in block letters. Quiet hours, fire restrictions, no trespassing beyond marked areas. All the usual things no one ever really reads. The check-in kiosk sat just past the gate, a small wooden structure with a sliding window and a flickering fluorescent light inside. A middle-aged woman wearing a park polo and a tired expression handed us 2 thin, plastic wristbands. Bright green, the kind you snap on and forget about until you're cutting them off days later. She pointed us toward Loop C and reminded us to keep food sealed because of wildlife. Bears, she said casually, like she was talking about mosquitoes. Loop C curved away from the main road and into a pocket of trees. Campsites were laid out in a rough circle, each one marked by a small wooden post with a number burned into it. C12, C13, C14. Our site was C17, near the edge of the loop, close enough to the tree line that it felt a little more private than the others. That was one of the reasons my cousin Evan liked it. Evan was 19 and had the kind of energy that made stillness feel like a challenge. He'd grown up around here, knew which creeks you could swim in without getting sick, which gas stations didn't check IDs too carefully, which shortcuts shaved minutes off long drives. The campground wasn't new to him, and neither was the amusement park sitting just beyond the trees to the east. We unloaded the car slowly, dragging out the process the way you do when there's nowhere else to be. Firewood bundles thudded softly onto the dirt. A faded blue cooler let out a damp, plastic smell when Evan popped it open to check the ice. Bug spray hissed into the air, sharp and chemical, clinging to our clothes. Somewhere nearby, a propane lantern flared to life with a brief whoosh before settling into a steady glow. It was peaceful, almost aggressively so. Other campers moved around us, setting up tents, laughing, arguing quietly about poles and stakes. A kid rode past on a bike, the playing cards in his spokes snapping rhythmically. Someone across the loop was already grilling, the smell of hot dogs drifting lazily through the trees. And looming just beyond all of that, barely visible through the branches, were the outlines of steel. The amusement park didn't dominate the landscape, but it didn't hide either. The top of a roller coaster lift hill cut a jagged line against the sky. A Ferris wheel sat motionless, its cars hanging like empty cages. In the daylight, it looked tired more than anything else. Old, past its prime. The kind of place families visited because it was close, not because it was special. Uncle Ray worked there. He wasn't technically our uncle by blood, more like a family friend who'd been around long enough that the title stuck. He handled maintenance during the season, fixed gates, replaced lights, cleared debris from places guests were never supposed to see. He'd met us at the campsite shortly after we arrived, wearing work boots and a faded jacket with the park's logo stitched over the chest. He leaned against the trunk of our car, arms crossed, watching us set up with mild amusement. "You picked a good weekend," he said. "Weather's holding." Evan shrugged. "It's quiet." Uncle Ray smiled at that, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "It will be. Park shuts down at 11. After that, it's just us and the cameras." That line stuck with me even then. The way he said cameras, casually, like they were just another part of the scenery, like trees or gravel or fire rings. He went on to explain how security worked at night. Minimal staff, 1 or 2 guards doing rounds in golf carts, motion sensors near restricted areas, lights that came on automatically when something moved where it wasn't supposed to. "You stay on this side of the fence, you won't even notice them," he said. "They're there to keep people safe." Safe. Another word I stopped trusting later. As the sun dipped lower, the campground settled into a slower rhythm. Dinner came and went. The sky deepened into a bruised purple, then darkened further. Stars started poking through the haze one by one. Fireflies blinked in the undergrowth, their light soft and intermittent. Evan and I sat on folding chairs by the fire, not really talking about anything important. School. People we knew. The usual complaints about being stuck in a place where nothing ever happened. Every so often, Evan's gaze would drift toward the park, his eyes following the curve of the coaster track. "You ever been in there at night?" he asked. I shook my head. "Why would I?" He smirked. "Because you're not supposed to." That was Evan, always testing lines, always curious about what existed just beyond whatever boundary someone else had decided was enough. I brushed it off, tossing another piece of wood onto the fire and watching the sparks spiral upward. The night grew quieter as people retreated into tents and RVs. Generators shut off. Voices faded. The campground didn't go silent all at once. It thinned out, sound by sound, until only the background noises remained. Wind through leaves, distant traffic, the occasional slam of a car door or cough from somewhere down the loop. And underneath it all, barely noticeable unless you were listening for it, was the low hum of electricity coming from the park. Not loud, not intrusive, just present. Around 10:30, Uncle Ray stopped by again on his way out. He told us he was heading home, reminded us to put food away, and paused for a second as if considering something. "Just don't wander," he said finally. "People get ideas when they're bored." Evan grinned. "We'll survive." Uncle Ray didn't smile back. After he left, the fire burned down to embers. The propane lantern hissed softly as Evan turned it lower. The air cooled, raising goosebumps on my arms. The campground felt settled now, like it had exhaled. It was calm. It was normal. It was exactly the kind of night you forget entirely once it's over. That's what makes it so unsettling in hindsight. How ordinary it all felt, how safe, how predictable. Because if I'd known then what that quiet really was, If I'd understood that it wasn't peace but anticipation, I would have stayed in that chair. I would have let the night pass without pushing against it. Instead, I listened to the silence, and somewhere beyond the trees, something listened back. The amusement park was still open when we walked over there that afternoon, and that somehow made it feel less welcoming than it would later, when everything shut down. From the campground, the park looked harmless enough. You could hear it before you saw it. Tinny pop music drifting through the trees, the mechanical clatter of rides cycling through their motions, the occasional shriek of laughter that rose above everything else, and then vanished just as quickly. It sounded lively, busy, safe. Up close, though, the illusion thinned. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Not popcorn or cotton candy like you'd expect, but old fryer grease, heavy and sour, clinging to the air like it had nowhere else to go. It mixed with the scent of hot asphalt baking under the sun, creating a dull, oily heat that seemed to stick to your skin. The ground radiated warmth through the soles of my shoes, even hours after the morning rush had died down. The park wasn't big. It was the kind of place families visited because it was nearby, not because it was memorable. The rides looked tired, their paint faded by years of sun and rain. Reds dulled into pinks, yellows leaned toward brown. Cartoon mascots smiled from signs and trash cans, but the smiles were cracked and peeling. Their eyes scratched up just enough to look unfocused if you stared too long. A man in a paper hat leaned out of a snack stand window, wiping his hands on a towel that looked like it had been used for everything except drying. The grease bubbled loudly behind him, popping and hissing in a way that reminded me of something alive. A line of people waited with forced patience, their faces shiny with sweat. Metal gates squeaked as attendants pushed them open and closed, the sound sharp enough to make me flinch. Somewhere nearby, a ride operator slammed a control panel shut, the impact echoing off nearby structures with a hollow clang. Every sound felt louder than it needed to be, bouncing around without anywhere to settle. Uncle Ray met us near the maintenance entrance, just off the main path. He looked different here than he did back at the campsite, more alert, less relaxed. His jacket was off now, tied around his waist, and a small ring of keys hung from his belt, clinking softly every time he shifted his weight. "Don't wander," he said again, almost automatically, as if it were part of his job description, rather than advice meant for us. Evan rolled his eyes but nodded. I did the same, though my attention was already drifting past Ray, toward the parts of the park guests weren't meant to focus on. Behind the rides and food stands were service corridors, narrow stretches of concrete bordered by chain-link fences and unmarked doors. They were shaded, cooler than the main paths, and smelled faintly of damp cardboard and cleaning chemicals. Every so often, a door would open and an employee would step out, pushing a cart stacked with boxes or dragging a trash bag that left a dark streak behind it. Most of those doors were marked the same way: staff only. The letters were printed in plain black font on white signs, screwed into the metal at eye level. Some were new, others were sun-faded, the edges curling slightly, like they'd been there for years, without anyone bothering to replace them. I caught myself reading the words over and over as we passed, as if they might change. Uncle Ray noticed me looking. "Nothing interesting back there," he said. "Just storage and access points." "Access points to what?" Evan asked. Ray shrugged. "Power, plumbing, cameras, all the boring stuff." Cameras. The word landed heavier than it should have. We walked past the arcade, its doors propped open to let heat escape. Inside, the air buzzed with electricity and noise, Machines chiming and beeping, ticket dispensers rattling non-stop. Kids ran from game to game, clutching plastic cups full of tokens, their shoes sticking briefly to the floor with each step. Outside, the Ferris wheel creaked as it turned. Not loud enough to draw attention, just enough to be noticeable if you were paying attention. Each car rocked slightly as it reached the top, the metal joints groaning under the strain. I watched one complete rotation and felt a vague sense of relief when it stopped. We followed Ray toward the back of the park, where the paths thinned and the crowds faded. Here, the sounds softened. The music from the speakers grew faint. The laughter dropped off. The sun hit the structures at a different angle, casting long shadows that stretched across the pavement like dark fingers. Ray stopped near a section of fence that separated the park from the wooded area behind it. From the guest side, it looked like any other barrier. Tall, chain link, topped with a strip of bent metal meant to discourage climbing. Beyond it, trees pressed close, their leaves rustling quietly in the breeze. "This is where staff cut through," Ray said, gesturing toward the fence line. "Shortcut to the campground and the service road." Evan leaned closer, peering through the links. "There's no gate." "There's a gap," Ray replied. He said it like it was obvious. I followed his gaze and saw it. A narrow section near the ground where the fence dipped slightly. The metal pulled back just enough for someone to squeeze through if they knew it was there. From a distance, it blended in with the rest of the fence. Up close, it looked deliberate, not broken, not damaged, maintained. Ray shifted his foot, casually nudging a loose stone back into place near the opening, half concealing it. "Management knows about it," he added. "It's easier than walking all the way around." Evan's eyebrows lifted. "So anyone could just..." Ray cut him off with a look. "Staff only." He didn't raise his voice, didn't need to. I felt a strange pull toward that gap, like my eyes wanted to trace its outline again and again. There was nothing special about it, nothing dramatic. Just an absence where something should have been solid. A small, unguarded passage between two spaces that weren't meant to connect. Ray checked his watch. "I've got to get back. Rides don't fix themselves." As we turned to leave, he hesitated, glancing back at the fence line one more time. His expression shifted, not to fear exactly, but to something closer to caution, the kind that comes from experience rather than imagination. "Just don't go there after midnight," he said. The words were so casual they almost slipped past me. After midnight. He said it the same way you might tell someone not to swim right after eating, or not to touch a hot stove. Not as a warning, not as a threat, just a fact. A line that existed for a reason he didn't feel like explaining. Evan laughed it off. "We'll be asleep by then." Ray gave a small nod, satisfied enough, and headed back toward the maintenance building. His keys jingled as he walked away, the sound fading into the background noise of the park. We stood there for a moment longer, watching people move through the space. Families passed with strollers, teenagers clustered near the games, pretending not to care whether they won. A ride operator waved half-heartedly as a coaster rolled back into the station. Everything looked normal. And yet, the longer I stayed there, the more the park felt like it was wearing that normalcy the way someone wears a costume, convincing from a distance, but full of seams if you got too close. The staff-only doors, the service corridors, the gap in the fence that wasn't broken, just waiting. As we walked back toward the campground, I glanced over my shoulder one last time. The fence line stretched on, uniform and unremarkable, until it disappeared behind a cluster of trees. I couldn't see the gap anymore. That should have reassured me. Instead, it left me with the uncomfortable sense that some things didn't need to be visible to be there. That the most important parts of a place often existed just out of sight, in the spaces people learned not to look at too closely. Later, when the park lights went out and the music stopped and the night settled in, I would remember Uncle Ray's voice and the way he'd said it. Just don't go there after midnight. At the time, it sounded like nothing. In hindsight, it felt like the first and only warning we were ever going to get. Night didn't fall all at once. It eased in slowly, like a hand lowering a dimmer switch. And by the time the sun was completely gone, the campground had changed its personality. In daylight, Loop C had felt like a small neighborhood. People walking around with coolers and folding chairs, kids shouting, car doors opening and closing, someone always calling out a name. After dark, it became something quieter and more private, like everyone had collectively agreed to shrink their lives down to the soft circles of light around their campsites. The sky was clear enough that the stars looked sharp, not the washed-out version you see near cities, but real stars, clusters and streaks and faint smears that made the whole sky feel deeper than it should. The air cooled the way it always does in late summer upstate, the heat draining out of the ground and leaving behind a faint dampness like the earth was sweating. When I inhaled, I could smell smoke from a dozen different fires mixing together, and beneath it, the crisp scent of pine needles and dirt. Somewhere on the far side of the campground, a group of adults laughed too loudly. It came in bursts, carried by the wind and then swallowed again. A dog barked once and quieted. An RV door slammed, and after that the only constant sounds were the ones you stopped noticing unless you listened. The distant hiss of an air conditioner unit cycling on and off, the low hum of generators, and far beyond the trees, the faint, steady rush of the highway. It sounded like the world continuing without us. Evan and I sat by what was left of our fire, watching orange coals pulse as they cooled. The propane lantern was turned low, its glow reflecting off the metal edges of our cooler and the shiny plastic of a bag of marshmallows we never opened. Evan had his phone out, not really scrolling, just tapping the screen every so often the way people do when they're bored and trying to convince themselves they're not. I remember thinking that it was the kind of night that should have been easy to forget. A pleasant, uneventful weekend. Something you'd half remember months later when the weather changed and you caught the smell of smoke in your clothes. Then Evan leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees, and said, "So, are we doing it?" I knew what he meant without asking. "No," I said immediately, too fast. "We're not." Evan didn't argue right away. He just stared into the coals like he was watching a slow movie. The embers shifted, and a thin wisp of smoke curled up and vanished into the night. "Come on," he said finally, voice quiet so it wouldn't carry. "We're right next to it. It's literally right there. People climb fences all the time." "That's exactly why they have cameras," I said. I tried to make it sound logical, responsible, like I wasn't scared, just practical. "And motion sensors, and guards." Ray said that. Evan shrugged. "Ray says a lot of things." "Ray works there," I reminded him. "He's not telling us that stuff because it's fun trivia. He's telling us because he's seen people get caught." Evan gave me a sideways look, the kind that always made me feel like I was being dared without anyone having to say the words out loud. "We won't get caught," he said. "We'll be careful." The thing is, I wanted to say no and mean it. I really did. I'd always been the one in my friend groups who knew where the line was and made sure we didn't cross it too hard. Not because I was a saint, but because I hated consequences, hated getting in trouble, hated that sinking feeling of an adult's voice dropping into that calm, disappointed tone. But I also hated being bored more than I hated consequences. And that night, boredom had teeth. It sat in my chest like a restlessness I couldn't swallow down. The campground was settling into silence, and every time I looked toward the trees, I could see the faint glow of the amusement park through the branches. Security lights, low and pale, blinking on in different sections, like the place was waking up as everything else went to sleep. Evan followed my gaze and smiled like he'd already won. "Just a look," he said. "We don't have to go deep. We just go in, see it at night, and come back. That's it." I hesitated long enough that he reached into the cooler, pulled out a bottle of water, and took a slow sip, waiting. Patient, like he understood the way my mind worked, like he knew I was already imagining it. The mettle of the rides, the empty paths, the thrill of being somewhere we shouldn't be, the story we'd tell later, the way we'd laugh about it like it had always been harmless. "I don't want to get arrested," I muttered. Evan snorted. "We're not going to jail for looking at a roller coaster." I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it again. Out in the distance, the highway noise grew slightly louder for a moment, as if a truck had passed, and then faded back to its steady whisper. Somewhere nearby, an RV's air conditioner kicked on with a sudden mechanical whine. It ran for a minute, then settled into a low, constant hum. A few sites over, someone coughed. Someone else zipped a tent. The campground kept making small, normal noises, the kind that should have soothed me. Instead, they made the quiet between them feel bigger. Evan stood up, brushing dirt from his jeans. "I'm going," he said simply, like the decision had already been made. He didn't reach for a flashlight yet. He didn't grab anything dramatic. He just said it like he was announcing he was taking a walk. I stared at him. In the dim light, his face looked different, sharper, more determined. Or maybe that was just how Shadow worked. "You're not going alone," I said before I could stop myself. That made him grin, quick and satisfied. We moved quietly, stepping around the remains of our fire and toward the edge of the loop. Gravel crunched under our shoes, and both of us instinctively slowed, listening. No one called out. No one turned. Most of the nearby campsites were dark now, their lanterns extinguished, their occupants tucked away. As we passed the campground's communal area, the night felt even quieter. The bathrooms were lit by harsh fluorescent lights that buzzed faintly. A vending machine near the entrance glowed a sickly blue-green. The ice freezer, a big metal box with a padlock, emitted a constant low vibration, its compressor working steadily. Evan paused at it for a second, just long enough to make it look like we were doing what we'd told ourselves we were doing. Getting ice. Being normal. Then he turned and led us toward the tree line. Once we were under the cover of branches, the temperature dropped again. The ground was softer here, littered with pine needles that muffled our footsteps. Evan moved confidently, like he'd walked this path a dozen times, and I followed, eyes darting between trunks, half expecting to see a ranger stepping out with a flashlight beam already trained on us. The amusement park's glow got brighter as we moved closer. Security lights blinked on and off in the distance, washing parts of the fence line in white before letting them fall back into darkness. Above the trees, the silhouette of the coaster track was barely visible, a jagged outline against the starry sky. I kept thinking about Uncle Ray's warning, the way he'd said it. Just don't go there after midnight. Not angry, not dramatic, like he was mentioning a weather report. We reached the fence line and crouched instinctively, scanning for anyone. The chain link stretched in both directions, tall and uniform. Up close, it smelled faintly of metal and dampness. A strip of grass ran along its base, flattened in places. Evan didn't hesitate. He moved a few feet down the line to the spot Ray had shown us earlier. At first glance, it looked like nothing, just shadow and fence and weeds. Then Evan pushed aside a clump of leaves and pointed. There it was, the gap. Except now that I was close enough to see it clearly, I realized something that made my stomach tighten. It wasn't just a sag in the fence. It wasn't an old tear or rusted break that no one had bothered to repair. The metal links had been pulled back in a way that was too neat, too intentional, and threaded through the bent section, holding it in a perfect, usable shape, were fresh wire ties, bright, clean, almost silver in the faint light. They caught the glow from a security lamp and flashed for a second, like they were new enough to still be proud of themselves. I reached out without thinking and touched one. It was stiff and smooth, not brittle, not weathered. Someone had tightened it recently, within days maybe. "See?" Evan whispered, like he'd expected this to impress me. "That wasn't like that earlier," I said. Evan's grin didn't fade. "Yeah, it was." "No," I insisted, keeping my voice low. "It looked older, like it had been there a while." Evan shrugged again, but it wasn't the careless shrug from before. It had a slight edge to it, a hint of satisfaction. "Maybe you just didn't notice, or maybe Ray fixed it." "Why would he fix a gap?" I asked. Evan's eyes flicked toward the park, toward the deeper darkness beyond the fence. "Because staff use it," he said. "He told you that." I stared at the wire ties again. Their cleanliness stood out against everything else. The dirt, the weeds, the dull gray fence. They looked wrong here, like a detail from a different scene. A gust of wind moved through the trees, rustling leaves overhead. Somewhere in the park, something metallic shifted with a soft clink, like an empty gate swinging slightly on its hinges. And then, from far off, so far that at first I thought I imagined it, came a sound that didn't belong to the campground at all. A faint pop, not a gunshot, not a branch snapping, a small electronic pop, followed by a brief whisper of static, the kind of noise you hear when someone taps a microphone to see if it's on. Evan froze. I froze. The two of us stayed crouched there, listening, our breaths shallow. For a second, nothing followed. No announcement, no music. Just the park's distant hum and the campground behind us, quiet and unaware. Then the static faded, and the night returned to its ordinary sounds. The highway whisper, the far-off AC units, the occasional laugh carried by wind. Evan turned his head toward me slowly. In the dim light, his expression had changed. The grin was gone, replaced by something closer to curiosity, sharpened, focused, suddenly serious. "You heard that, right?" he whispered. I nodded, though my throat felt tight. Evan glanced at the gap again, at the fresh wire ties holding it open like someone wanted it to stay that way. Wanted it usable, wanted it easy. And in that moment, standing inches from a passage that shouldn't have been maintained, listening to a microphone test sound drift through the darkness like a throat clearing, I felt the first real pull of the night. Not excitement, not thrill. Something quieter and more persuasive. The feeling that we were standing at the edge of something we didn't understand, and that whatever was on the other side had already been awake long before we arrived. Chapter 2. Security lights make everything look guilty. 12:40 a.m. That was the time glowing on my phone when I checked it. The numbers harsh and white against the dark. The screen dimmed automatically to save what little battery I had left. 13%. The low battery icon sat there like a quiet warning I chose to ignore. When I slipped the phone back into my pocket, the sudden absence of light made the night feel even thicker, as if I'd just shut a door behind us. Evan was already crouched at the fence. The gap looked smaller at night, not because it had changed, but because darkness compresses things, makes distances harder to judge. The wire ties glinted faintly, catching the pulse of a security light somewhere deeper inside the park. They looked out of place, too clean, too intentional, like a recent thought someone had bothered to finish. Evan pushed through first. The fence whispered as it flexed, metal rubbing metal in a sound that made my teeth ache. He froze on the other side, listening, then waved me forward when nothing happened. I hesitated. From where I stood, I could still hear the campground behind me. A muffled laugh carried on the breeze, the distant clink of a bottle, the steady sigh of an RV air conditioner cycling on and off. Familiar sounds, human sounds. They felt like an anchor, like proof that I still had somewhere to retreat to if I wanted. The amusement park didn't make any noise at all. I ducked through the gap. The fence brushed my shoulder and then released me, and the moment my feet touched the ground on the other side, the air changed. It was subtle but immediate, like stepping into a walk-in freezer or an empty warehouse. Cooler. Still. The smell hit next, wet metal and something sweet and rotten underneath it, like spilled soda that had soaked into concrete and never fully dried. I straightened slowly, my breath sounding too loud in my own ears. The path ahead of us stretched into darkness, a ribbon of asphalt faintly visible where security lights touched it. The ground was warm under my shoes, still holding on to the heat of the day, but the air above it felt damp, heavy with the promise of dew. Somewhere nearby, water dripped steadily, plip, 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 each drop landing with a soft echo that made it hard to tell how far away it was. Evan leaned in close. "We're in," he whispered, and there was a grin in his voice, even if I couldn't fully see it. I didn't answer. I was too busy looking around. Without the daytime noise and color, the park looked stripped down, unfinished. Buildings that had seemed cheerful earlier now felt utilitarian, their shapes boxy and severe. Poles and railings cast long, distorted shadows across the ground, bending at odd angles, as if the park itself couldn't quite decide what it wanted to look like after hours. A security light snapped on somewhere to our left with a faint click, flooding a small section of path in white. Dust motes drifted lazily through the beam, glittering for a second before settling back into darkness. The light hummed softly, almost politely, like it was doing exactly what it had been designed to do: make things visible. We stayed still until it clicked off again, plunging the area back into shadow. My heart didn't slow until several seconds later. "Relax," Evan murmured. "See? No alarms." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But the absence of alarms didn't feel reassuring. It felt deliberate. We moved forward, our footsteps cautious, measured. The asphalt here was smoother than the campground paths, worn down by years of foot traffic and maintenance vehicles. It reflected light just enough to make every movement feel exposed. I found myself instinctively staying near the edges, hugging shadows cast by buildings and ride supports. As we passed the arcade, I noticed the neon sign above the entrance. Arcade. During the day, it had blazed in bright, aggressive colors, buzzing loudly enough to compete with the music outside. Now it was mostly dead. Only a few letters glowed faintly, their light uneven and sickly, like something struggling to stay awake. The A flickered. The E was completely dark. The remaining letters cast a weak pink glow onto the closed glass doors. Behind those doors, the arcade machines were still on. You could hear them humming, a low electrical buzz that seeped out through the glass and into the night. Inside, screens glowed dimly, cycling through attract modes no one was there to watch. A racing game revved its digital engine every few seconds, the sound echoing hollowly in the empty space. A claw machine chirped once, then fell silent. The doors were locked, but not dark. "Why are they still on?" I whispered. Evan shrugged. "Probably cheaper to leave them running." That answer didn't satisfy me. Nothing about this place felt designed for convenience. It felt designed for routine, for predictability. And the idea that machines were humming away, unattended, made the emptiness feel staged rather than accidental. We moved past the arcade and into a stretch of path lined with closed kiosks. Their metal shutters were pulled down tight, spray-painted with faded logos and cartoon characters. The paint was chipped in places, revealing older designs underneath, layers of branding stacked on top of each other like sediment. A breeze moved through, rattling something loose. A plastic cup skittered across the ground, bumping softly into a trash can before settling on its side. The sound echoed longer than it should have, bouncing off nearby walls and ride supports. I flinched, my shoulders tightening. "Jesus," Evan whispered, amused. "You're jumpy." "Just keep moving," I said. Ahead of us, the path split. One direction led toward the main rides, their silhouettes looming higher and more jagged against the sky. The other narrowed into a service corridor partially obscured by a building. A small sign stood near the entrance. "Authorized personnel only." The letters were reflective, flashing briefly when a security light swept across them. Beyond the sign, the corridor dipped slightly, disappearing into shadow. Evan slowed, glancing back at me. "Which way?" I opened my mouth to suggest sticking to the main path. Open, visible, predictable. But something stopped me. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the uncomfortable awareness that being visible didn't actually feel safer here. "The main path," I said finally. "At least for now." We followed it, passing beneath a row of lights that turned on one by one as we approached, then shut off behind us as we moved past. It felt like walking through a tunnel made of attention, each step acknowledged, recorded, then forgotten. I looked up again, searching for cameras. They were everywhere. Small black domes tucked under eaves, boxy units mounted on poles. Some pointed directly at entrances, others angled to cover wide sections of pavement. I tried to track their lines of sight, imagining invisible cones of vision stretching out from them. And that's when I noticed the first inconsistency. One camera, mounted high on the corner of a building near a closed food stand, appeared to cover the entire area at a glance. But when I followed its angle carefully, I realized it was aimed just slightly off-center. It watched the open space where people would normally gather, but not the narrow strip of ground running along the building's side. That strip led straight into another service corridor. I slowed without meaning to. Evan noticed and stopped a few steps ahead. "What?" he whispered. "Look," I said, nodding subtly upward. He squinted, following my gaze. "It's just a camera." "Yeah," I said, "but it's not looking where it should." Evan tilted his head, then shrugged. Maybe they didn't bother. But then I saw another one, and another. Each time the pattern repeated. cameras watched the obvious places, the paths, the entrances, the wide open areas where people weren't supposed to be after hours. But the narrow corridors between buildings, the routes that hugged walls and slipped behind structures, were either partially covered or not covered at all. It wasn't sloppy. It was consistent. A chill crawled up my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I suddenly felt less like a trespasser and more like someone who had wandered into the margins of a system I didn't understand. We reached a small plaza near the base of a ride, its steel framework rising above us like a lattice of bones. The structure creaked softly as it cooled, metal contracting with faint ticks and groans. A chain somewhere overhead swayed gently, clinking in a slow, irregular rhythm. Evan stepped into the center of the plaza, directly beneath the light. He spread his arms slightly, as if presenting himself. "See?" he said. "Nothing's happening." I watched him carefully. The light stayed on. The camera above him remained fixed. No alarms, no voices. Then, without saying anything, Evan took 2 steps backward, into the shadow cast by the ride's support beams. The change was immediate. The light didn't adjust. The camera didn't move. Evan's outline blurred, swallowed by darkness until he was little more than a suggestion of a person standing there. My mouth went dry. "Step back," I whispered. Evan did, re-entering the light. He looked at me, his grin gone now, replaced by a thoughtful frown. "That's weird," he said quietly. "Do it again," I said. He stepped back into shadow, then forward again, testing the boundary. Each time the result was the same. Light and visibility on one side, darkness and anonymity on the other. Neither of us laughed. The realization settled over me slowly, like a weight finding its place. The park wasn't careless with its security. It was selective. Lights, cameras, sensors, they all worked perfectly where they were meant to. But there were routes, corridors, and pockets of space that existed in between their attention. Not accidents, not oversights. Paths of least resistance that someone had chosen not to illuminate. I checked my phone again out of habit. 12:44 a.m., battery down to 11%. The screen's glow felt intrusive now, like a beacon. Evan leaned in close. "This place is different at night," he whispered. I nodded, my eyes still scanning the shadows. "Yeah." Different was one word for it. Standing there, halfway between pools of light that refused to overlap, breathing in air that smelled like metal and old sugar. Listening to machines hum in empty buildings, I felt something shift inside me. The park didn't feel abandoned. It felt managed. And as we took our next steps forward, deeper into spaces the cameras seemed to politely ignore, a single thought pressed itself to the front of my mind, heavy and unwelcome. Whatever moved through this place after midnight knew exactly where it could go unseen. And now, so did we. For the first few minutes after we crossed that open plaza, the park felt like it was letting us get away with it. That was the most dangerous part. Not the darkness, not the cameras, not even the thought of security. It was the way the night held its breath and didn't immediately punish us. It made Evan walk a little taller, made me loosen my shoulders just enough to forget that every step was a mistake we couldn't unmake. We moved like we were inside a video game. 2 idiots crouching, pausing, timing our movements between pools of light. Evan kept gesturing with his hand in quick, silent signals like he'd learned them somewhere. Stop. Wait. Go. I almost laughed at how seriously he was taking it, but the sound of my own breathing felt loud enough to betray us, so I kept my mouth shut. Ahead, a golf cart engine hummed, low and steady, like an insect circling in the dark. The sound drifted toward us, then away again, never fully disappearing. Every time it got closer, my stomach tightened. When it moved away, relief rushed in so fast it felt like dizziness. The radio chatter was worse. It wasn't constant, just short bursts of static and clipped words that didn't need to make sense to be terrifying. A voice would crackle, a second voice would respond. Then everything would fall silent again, leaving the impression that someone was out there listening even when they weren't talking. Copy. Negative. Check the static. Back by the... Evan slowed near a row of snack shacks and ticket booths, the kind of structures that look cheerful in daylight and flimsy at night. Their windows were shuttered, their counters empty. One booth had a menu board still hanging up. Corn dogs, funnel cake, fries, its bright cartoon font suddenly pathetic against the darkness. We slipped behind them, moving along the narrow strip of ground between the booths and the fences. Back here, the air smelled different. Less like asphalt and heat. More like damp cardboard, spilled syrup, and something faintly sour. Trash that had been sealed up too long in a bin that wasn't quite closed. I brushed my hand against the side of one booth as I moved past it, and the metal felt cold and slightly wet, like condensation had already formed. When I pulled my hand back, my fingers were sticky. I stared at them for a second, my skin crawling at the thought of what I'd touched. Evan kept going, confident, silent. To our right, the bumper cars sat in their arena under a low roof. In the daytime, it would have been a chaotic circle of flashing lights and crashing metal. Now it looked like a graveyard. The cars were parked in uneven lines, their rubber bumpers pressed together like they'd huddled up for warmth. The overhead grid of electrified ceiling panels loomed above them, dark and web-like. A security light in the distance clicked on, throwing sharp angles across the floor of the bumper car arena. For a second, the cars looked like rows of black teeth. Then the light clicked off again, and the darkness swallowed them. Evan tapped my wrist and pointed. Across an open stretch of walkway ahead, the golf cart rolled slowly into view. Its headlights swept across the pavement, then across the side of the ticket booth we were hiding behind. The beam slid over the wall inches from my face. The light was so bright that I could see dust stuck to the paint. Tiny scratches, a dead bug crushed into the metal. My breath caught in my throat. I held it, terrified that even the fog of my exhale would reflect the light. The cart stopped. The engine kept humming, steady, patient. The guard inside didn't get out, didn't shine a flashlight around. He just sat there for a moment as if he were listening to something through his radio. A burst of static hissed. A voice said something too low to understand. Then the cart moved again, rolling off toward the food court. Evan exhaled slowly, barely audible. He turned his head toward me and mouthed one word, "Easy." I didn't answer. I couldn't. My heart was pounding so hard, it felt like it was shaking my ribcage. We waited another full minute, then crossed the open stretch quickly, staying low, shoes landing carefully to avoid gravel. The pavement here was slick with a thin film of moisture, and my steps made the faintest squeak, rubber against wet ground. The sound felt huge. We ducked behind a row of closed prize stalls. Stuffed animals hung from the ceiling inside, oversized bears and cartoon dogs with blank stitched smiles. In the half-light, their eyes caught glints from distant security lamps, making it look like they were watching. Evan leaned close to my ear. "This is sick," he whispered, voice barely more than breath. I shot him a look. He wasn't joking, not entirely. He was lit up inside by the thrill of it. the adrenaline, the sense that we'd beaten the rules. I wanted to tell him to shut up. I wanted to grab his jacket and drag him back through the fence. But I also couldn't stop moving forward. The park was pulling us deeper, not with force, but with a strange kind of permission. We hadn't been caught. We hadn't been confronted. The night hadn't responded yet. That's how bad decisions grow legs. We kept weaving through the backside of the park, following the shadows between buildings and ride supports. Evan seemed to have a route in mind, even if he hadn't admitted it. He'd glance around corners, time our movement with the turning off of lights, avoid open spaces instinctively. I started to understand why he was so comfortable. The park itself taught you. It showed you where it wanted you to be seen and where it didn't. The more we moved, the more those patterns became obvious. That's when we reached the service hallway. It ran along the side of a maintenance building, narrow, partially covered, lined with metal doors and utility panels. A single flickering fluorescent fixture buzzed overhead, casting a cold, sickly light that made everything look gray. The hallway smelled like bleach and wet concrete. Above the entrance to that corridor, there were camera domes. At least, there were supposed to be. I stopped abruptly, catching Evan's sleeve. He looked back, annoyed, then followed my gaze. 2 black camera domes were mounted under the building's overhang. They looked new enough to be functional, smooth and glossy, professional. But the domes weren't pointed down the hallway. They were turned away, angled toward the main path, toward the open space where a trespasser would be obvious. Their lenses avoided the corridor almost entirely, leaving a long stretch of service doors and shadows unmonitored. I stared at them, waiting for my eyes to correct the picture, for my brain to tell me I was misreading it. It didn't. Evan whispered, "No way." "Do you see it?" I asked quietly. "Yeah," he said, voice less confident now. "Why would they do that?" I didn't have an answer. I just knew what it meant. That corridor was a route, a blind zone, a place you could move through without being recorded, if you knew it existed. The thought made my mouth go dry. A light clicked on behind us, not in front of us, not down the path, behind. It happened fast, sudden, and harsh, like a camera flash. The entire area behind the prize stalls flooded with bright white light. Shadows snapped into sharp focus. The stuffed animals inside the booths lit up, their plastic eyes gleaming like wet marbles. Evan and I whipped around at the same time. For half a second, my mind prepared itself for the worst. The silhouette of a guard, a flashlight beam in my face, a voice yelling for us to freeze. My muscles locked. My heart jumped so hard it hurt. But there was no one there. Just an empty stretch of walkway, violently illuminated by the motion light that had snapped on. The light hummed faintly. The air seemed to vibrate with it, and the brightness made the emptiness feel staged, like we'd been placed under a spotlight for an audience that wasn't physically present. Evan stared, blinking rapidly, trying to make sense of it. "What the—" I didn't let him finish. I grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back into shadow, behind the edge of the booth. My pulse roared in my ears. I waited for footsteps, for radio chatter, for the golf cart hum to swing back toward us. Nothing. The light stayed on for several seconds, long enough to make my eyes water. Long enough that if anyone had been watching from a distance, they would have had a perfect view of 2 teenagers frozen in place like deer. Then it clicked off. Darkness returned all at once, thick and immediate. Evan swallowed hard. His earlier excitement had drained away, leaving something more brittle in his expression. He leaned close and whispered, "That wasn't the guard." "No," I whispered back. "That was automatic." "Yeah, but..." Evan's voice cracked slightly. He cleared his throat. It felt like it was for us. I didn't respond, because I knew exactly what he meant. That motion light hadn't just turned on, it had announced us. It had reminded us that the park could see us whenever it wanted. And the fact that no one came running afterward didn't make it better. It made it worse, because it suggested that someone, somewhere, didn't need to chase us. They only needed to know where we were. I looked back toward the service hallway. The fluorescent light above it flickered once, buzzing louder for a moment. The camera domes above the entrance remained turned away, politely ignoring the corridor like it wasn't part of the park at all. And in that moment, standing between an automatic spotlight behind us and a deliberately unmonitored hallway ahead, I felt the first real sense that we weren't just trespassing. We were stepping into a space designed to make people look guilty on command, while leaving certain paths clear for anyone who didn't want to be seen. Evan whispered, almost to himself, "Why would they keep a blind spot like that?" I stared into the corridor, into the gray doors and the darkness beyond the flickering light, and I realized something that made my skin tighten. Maybe the blind spot wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was a habit, a convenience, a choice someone kept making over and over because they wanted that hallway to stay quiet. And the longer we stood there, the more I felt that quiet pressing back at us, like the park was waiting to see what we would do next. After the motion light snapped off, the darkness felt thicker than before, like it had learned how to hold its shape. Neither of us spoke for a few seconds. Evan kept staring in the direction the light had come from, as if he expected the golf cart to roll back into view at any moment. Headlights cutting through the night like a judgment. My mouth was dry. My heart had settled into a fast, steady rhythm that made everything feel unreal, like my body had decided this was a situation it could survive as long as it didn't stop moving. Evan finally broke the silence with a whisper that sounded smaller than his earlier confidence. "Let's just do the coaster. Quick." I should have said no. I should have grabbed him and turned us back toward the fence, toward our tent, toward the normal world where lights didn't turn on just to announce you. But the park had already gotten into my head. It had rearranged my sense of what was safe and what was dangerous. Being out in the open felt worse than being in shadow. Turning back felt like admitting we'd felt the fear, and at 17, I hated admitting fear almost as much as I hated consequences, so I nodded. We moved away from the service hallway and cut across a narrow path lined with closed benches. The wood was damp, darkened by moisture, and the metal armrests felt cold when Evan brushed one by accident. The park smelled stronger here. Wet steel, old soda syrup, a faint hint of bleach drifting from somewhere near the maintenance building. The smell lingered in the back of my throat, sweet and chemical at the same time. The roller coaster rose ahead of us like a black outline against the stars. During the day, it looked fun. At night, it looked like a machine built for something else. Tall, angular, skeletal. The lift hill climbed up at a steep diagonal, the track disappearing into darkness before reappearing farther along like a jagged scar across the sky. At the base of the lift, a set of maintenance stairs ran alongside the track. They were narrow, made of metal grating, with handrails only on certain sections. A small sign hung at the bottom, with reflective letters that caught the nearest security light and flashed for a moment. Authorized personnel only. No trespassing. Evan stepped up to the first rung and tested it with his foot. The metal gave a soft, hollow clank that echoed up the staircase. He froze, listening. I froze with him. Silence answered back, wide and empty. Quiet, I whispered, more out of instinct than necessity. Evan nodded and started climbing. I followed, keeping one hand on the rail when it existed, and the other pressed against the side of the staircase when it didn't. The metal was cold and slightly wet. The grating under my shoes felt rough, biting into the rubber soles. Every step produced a faint clang, muted by our careful pacing but impossible to eliminate entirely. It wasn't loud enough to be an alarm, but it was loud enough to make me imagine someone below stopping, tilting their head, listening. As we climbed higher, the sounds around us changed. Down on the ground, the park's electricity hum had been constant, mixed with the distant noise of the highway and the occasional whisper of wind through trees. Up here, those sounds thinned out. The air felt clearer, colder, and the wind moved more freely, slipping through the steel structure and turning it into something that breathed. The coaster made noises I hadn't heard earlier. Small ones, a faint ticking as the metal cooled, contracting by fractions of inches. The sound reminded me of a car engine clicking after you shut it off, only stretched out, multiplied across hundreds of bolts and beams. Every few seconds, somewhere above us, a piece of steel would tick, sharp and precise, and the sound would travel down the framework like a message. Then there was the chain lift. Even though the ride was off, the chain wasn't completely still. The wind caught it, making it shift slightly in its housing. Every so often it made a soft clink, like a loose necklace being moved in the dark. The sound was subtle, but it carried, and it made the entire structure feel alive in a way I didn't like. Evan climbed steadily, glancing down every few steps as if he expected to see someone coming. His earlier excitement had returned in a muted form, like he was forcing himself to enjoy this because he'd already committed to it. He stopped once at a section where the handrail disappeared, the stairs narrowing further. The drop beside us wasn't straight down, but it was far enough to make my stomach tighten. Beneath the staircase, shadows piled up under the coaster supports, deep and unreadable. "You good?" Evan whispered. I swallowed and nodded, though my hands were sweating. "Just keep going." We continued upward. The higher we climbed, the more the park below started to look like a model. Small, orderly, divided into zones of light and dark. Security lamps created pale circles on the pavement. Between them, the darkness filled in the gaps like spilled ink. From up here, it was easier to see how intentional the layout was. The main paths were illuminated. The open plazas, the entrances, anything obvious. But the corridors between buildings, the narrow service routes, were almost entirely black. Even the occasional fluorescent flicker from a staff door looked weak against the surrounding darkness, like it wasn't meant to draw attention. By the time we reached the midpoint of the lift hill, my legs ached from climbing. My breathing was controlled but tight, each inhale colder than the last. Evan paused to rest, gripping the rail with both hands. I did the same and looked out over the park. The view was wrong. Beautiful technically, but wrong in the way empty spaces can be when you know they shouldn't be empty. Beyond the park, through gaps in the trees, the campground glowed with tiny points of warm light. Lanterns still lit at a few late-night sites, small fires burning down to embers. From this height, they looked like scattered candles, fragile and human against the vast darkness. Farther out, the lake caught a sliver of moonlight and reflected it back like a flat sheet of metal. The surface shone faintly, motionless, as if it were holding its breath too. And beyond all of that, The highway curved through the landscape. Red taillights moved along it in slow, steady streams. Tiny, distant, indifferent. The world continuing, cars going somewhere, people living lives that had nothing to do with us. For a moment, I felt a strange calm, the kind that comes when you realize how small you are, how temporary, how easily you could disappear into the dark without anyone noticing. Then the calm snapped, because from up here, I could see the maintenance building. It sat near the back of the park, larger than the other structures, a squat shape with a flat roof and a fenced-off perimeter. During the day, it had blended into the background. At night, it stood out as one of the few places with consistent light. Small, harsh fixtures over doors and loading areas, enough to guide staff, but not enough to feel welcoming. Behind it, partially obscured from ground level, was a corridor. At first, I thought it was just another service route, a narrow strip of pavement between the maintenance building and a tall storage wall. But then I noticed something that made my throat tighten. There were no lights back there, not a single one. The corridor ran along the backside of the building and vanished behind a corner, swallowed by darkness so complete it looked like a hole in the park. And more unsettling than the absence of light was the absence of cameras. From this angle, I could see several camera domes mounted along the roofline and corners of the maintenance building. They were pointed outward, toward the main paths, toward the open areas. Their black lenses glinted faintly in the security light. None of them covered that corridor, not even partially. The corridor sat in a pocket of darkness that the cameras avoided, like a blind spot carved out on purpose. My pulse quickened. I leaned forward slightly, squinting, trying to confirm what I was seeing. The wind pressed cold against my face. The coaster frame ticked again, sharp and metallic, like it was punctuating my thoughts. Evan noticed me staring. "What are you looking at?" he whispered. I didn't answer right away. I couldn't. My mind was trying to reorganize itself around the image. A hidden corridor behind the most important building in the park, unlit and unrecorded. Finally, I pointed. Evan followed my finger. His posture stiffened. Even in the dim light, I could see his expression change. His eyebrows drawing together, his mouth tightening. "Is that?" he started. "A blind spot," I whispered. Evan swallowed. Why would they have that? I stared at the corridor, at the way it vanished into darkness like it led somewhere the park didn't want to acknowledge. The thought that came to me wasn't logical, but it felt instinctively true. It wasn't that they forgot to cover it. It was that they didn't want it covered. The idea settled into my chest like a weight. Security wasn't just about catching people like us. It was about controlling what could be proven, what could be recorded, what could be denied. I looked back across the park from our elevated vantage point, and suddenly the entire place looked different. Not like a harmless attraction that happened to share a property line with a campground, but like a carefully managed system of visibility. Lights placed to expose, cameras placed to observe, and certain spaces deliberately left untouched by both. Evan whispered, "Let's go to the top." I didn't want to. My legs felt heavy, my palms damp against the rail. But the climb continued, and the structure seemed to pull us upward as if the coaster itself wanted us to see more. We reached the crest a minute later, stepping onto a narrow platform near the top. The wind was stronger here, tugging at our shirts and carrying the smell of pine and cold metal. From this height, the campground lanterns looked even smaller. The lake's surface shone like a distant eye. The highway's red taillights moved steadily, indifferent. Evan leaned forward, awe flickering in his face despite everything. "This is insane," he whispered. I should have shared his awe. Part of me tried, but my eyes kept drifting back to that corridor behind maintenance, the one that the lights never touched and the cameras politely ignored. Because now that I'd seen it from above, I couldn't unsee it, and standing there, high above a park that seemed to decide what it wanted to reveal and what it wanted to hide, I felt something colder than fear take hold, something closer to certainty. We weren't the first people to find the ways this place could make you disappear. We were just the first ones foolish enough to climb high enough to notice. Coming down felt different from going up. On the way up the maintenance stairs, every step had been deliberate, paced by curiosity and adrenaline. We'd climbed with the sense that we were discovering something, unlocking a secret view the park didn't expect anyone to have after midnight. Coming down, that feeling evaporated. What replaced it was urgency. Not panic yet, but something close to it. A tightening awareness that we had stayed too long in a place that didn't feel passive anymore. Evan went first this time. He didn't pause at the sections without handrails. He didn't look down. He moved quickly, carefully, like someone who wanted to put distance between himself and a thought, rather than a physical location. I followed close behind, my fingers brushing the cold steel, my shoes landing a little harder than I wanted, as gravity did most of the work for us. The coaster ticked as we descended. Not louder than before, but more noticeable now that my attention was fixed on leaving. Each metallic click felt like a countdown. The chain lift clinked softly somewhere above us, pushed by the wind, and the sound followed us down the structure like it was keeping pace. Halfway down, I glanced toward the maintenance building again, unable to stop myself. The blind corridor was still there, swallowed by darkness, unchanged and patient. From this angle, it looked closer than it should have, like the park had folded inward on itself while we weren't looking. "Stop looking," Evan whispered, his voice tight. I realized I'd slowed and forced myself to keep moving. When our feet finally touched the ground, relief rushed through me so fast, it made my knees feel weak. The open space at the base of the coaster felt exposed now, like a stage we'd wandered onto without realizing the lights could come back on at any second. I didn't wait for Evan to say anything. I turned us toward the path that led back the way we'd come. "Let's go," I whispered. He didn't argue. The park felt altered, as if climbing the coaster had stripped away whatever illusion of fun still clung to it. The rides weren't whimsical anymore. They were machinery, steel frameworks, bolted platforms, systems designed to move people efficiently, not entertain them. Even the colors seemed different. Muted, drained, more functional than festive. We moved faster now, but not recklessly. Evan led us along the edges of paths, avoiding open plazas, timing our steps with the cycling of lights. The park's sounds followed us closely. No longer background noise, but active participants in our movement. A freezer compressor kicked on behind a closed concession building, its sudden mechanical growl making me flinch. The sound was deep and insistent, vibrating through the wall and into the ground beneath our feet. It ran for several seconds, then cut off abruptly, leaving behind a ringing silence that felt louder than the noise itself. "That thing's loud," Evan murmured. "It wasn't earlier," I said, though I wasn't sure if that was true or if I just hadn't noticed it before. We passed behind the building, the air colder here, carrying the sharp smell of bleach and something faintly sweet, old syrup maybe, or melted ice cream that had seeped into the concrete. The ground sloped slightly, and water pooled in shallow depressions that reflected the security lights like dull mirrors. From somewhere deeper in the park, the intercom crackled. Not a full announcement, just a brief burst of static, like someone had pressed the button and immediately let go. The sound was distant enough that I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but close enough that it made my shoulders tense. Evan slowed. "You hear that?" "Yeah." We stopped behind a row of closed picnic tables, crouching instinctively. The metal tabletops were cold and slick under my palm. I held my breath, listening. Nothing followed, no voice, no footsteps, just the low hum of electricity and the whisper of wind moving through empty structures. "It's probably nothing," Evan said, though his tone lacked conviction. We resumed walking, but the intercom sound lingered in my head, replaying itself over and over. It didn't feel like an accident. It felt like a test. The route back seemed longer than it had on the way in. Corridors twisted slightly, where I hadn't noticed them twisting before. Paths that had felt intuitive earlier now required conscious decisions. Left or right, light or shadow, open or concealed. We slipped behind another snack shack, then a ticket booth. The stuffed animals inside the booth stared out through the glass, their synthetic fur dull in the dim light. One of them, a cartoon bear, had fallen forward, its face pressed against the window, eyes reflecting a security lamp so that they seemed wet and alive. I looked away quickly. The golf cart hum returned, faint at first, then clearer. It moved somewhere ahead of us, then curved away, then came back again, like the guard was tracing a slow, looping route. Radio chatter accompanied it, short, clipped transmissions swallowed by static. "Copy. Behind the static. Check that." The words didn't form sentences, but they didn't need to. The implication was enough. Evan raised a hand, and we froze behind a line of bumper car barriers. The rubber bumpers loomed above us, black and dull, smelling faintly of ozone and old rubber. The arena floor beyond them was dark, the overhead grid invisible against the night sky. The golf cart passed at the far end of the path, headlights sweeping lazily. The light didn't quite reach us, stopping a few feet short as if respecting an invisible boundary. The cart slowed, then continued on. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Okay," Evan whispered. "Let's just get back to the fence." We moved again, faster now, the caution giving way to the desire to be done. The park no longer felt like a puzzle to solve. It felt like a workplace after hours, a place that expected certain patterns of movement and reacted when those patterns were disrupted. We passed a maintenance door marked "Employees Only." The fluorescent light above it flickered, buzzing louder for a moment before stabilizing. The door itself was scuffed near the handle, the paint worn thin by years of use. A keypad was mounted beside it, its small screen glowing faintly. I stared at it longer than necessary, wondering who used it this late at night. Evan tugged my sleeve. "Don't stop." We cut across an open section of pavement toward the fence line. From here, I could see the security lights near the boundary, their pale glow filtering through trees. Beyond that, the campground waited. Lanterns, tents, human noise, safety, or something like it. As we approached the edge of the park, the sounds shifted again. The freezer compressor cut on once more, closer this time, rattling a metal panel. Somewhere nearby, a loose sign tapped rhythmically against a wall, tick, 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 like a metronome setting a tempo I didn't want to follow. The intercom crackled again. This time it lasted longer. Static hissed, then a low pop, then silence. The sound felt closer now, sharper as if the speaker were just out of sight. Evan stopped dead. "What?" I whispered. He didn't answer. He was staring ahead, toward the narrow stretch of path that led back to the fence. His posture had changed. No longer relaxed, no longer curious, tense, focused. "Do you hear that?" he asked. I listened harder. Beneath the usual hum of the park, beneath the wind and distant highway noise, there was something else. A sound so subtle I almost dismissed it as imagination. Footsteps, not loud, not hurried, just the faint scuff of shoes against pavement, somewhere ahead of us. They stopped. So did we. The silence that followed was complete enough to feel artificial, like the park itself had paused to listen. My heart hammered in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was a guard, a reasonable explanation, someone doing their job. But the sound hadn't matched the golf cart's approach. There was no engine hum, no radio chatter, just steps. Evan leaned closer, his breath warm against my ear. "That's not us," he whispered. I nodded, even though he couldn't see it. We stood there, half hidden behind a low wall, staring into a stretch of darkness that refused to give anything back. The security light near the fence clicked on, illuminating the path we needed to take. It felt like an invitation and a warning all at once. "Go," Evan whispered. We moved, keeping low, our steps quick and careful. The footsteps ahead didn't resume, but I couldn't shake the feeling that they didn't need to, that whoever had been there had already adjusted, already recalculated. As we closed the distance to the fence, my skin prickled with the sensation of being observed, not watched openly, but tracked, like something had noted our direction and decided to see what happened next. The park behind us hummed, indifferent and awake. The campground ahead glowed softly, oblivious, and somewhere in between, as we hurried back along a path that no longer felt neutral, a realization began to take shape in my mind, slow and unwelcome. The park hadn't reacted to us leaving. It felt like it was waiting, and whatever had triggered that faint movement ahead of us hadn't been responding to our noise. It had been responding to our direction. We didn't plan to stop. That was the part that still bothers me the most when I think back on it. We weren't trying to hide at first. We were moving, quietly, carefully, but still moving, toward the fence line, toward the thin promise of the campground lights beyond the trees. If we had kept going, if we hadn't hesitated for even a few seconds, I'm not sure what would have happened. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. But then the golf cart hum came back. This time it wasn't distant. It wasn't looping somewhere far off or drifting in and out like background noise. It was close enough that I could feel it through the soles of my shoes. A low vibration carried through the pavement. The sound crept up behind us slowly, deliberately, like whoever was driving wasn't in a hurry. Evan caught it at the same moment I did. He didn't say anything. He just reached back and grabbed the sleeve of my hoodie, pulling me sharply to the right. We slipped behind the nearest structure without thinking. The snack shack looked harmless from the front. A small, boxy building painted in faded red and yellow. Cartoon hot dogs and smiling fries peeling off the walls. From behind, it was something else entirely. The back wall was unlit, stained with dark streaks where rainwater and grease had run down for years. A dumpster sat a few feet away, its lid slightly ajar, breathing out the sour smell of old food and warm plastic. Evan pushed me down into a crouch, and we pressed ourselves against the wall, shoulders hunched, knees tight to our chests. The concrete was cold through my jeans, damp enough that I knew I'd feel it later. My heart slammed so hard I was sure it would echo. The golf cart rolled into view at the end of the path. Its headlights swept across the pavement, then across the front of the snack shack, lighting up the menu board in a harsh white glare. The engine idled, a steady, patient hum that made my stomach twist. I could hear the faint rattle of loose items in the cart, the subtle squeak of worn suspension. The guard didn't get out. That was worse than if he had. He just sat there, engine running, light fixed forward. From where we were crouched, we could see his silhouette through the glare. Broad shoulders, head slightly tilted as if he were listening to something through the radio clipped near his collar. I lowered my head and focused on breathing as quietly as possible. In through my nose, out through my mouth. Slow, controlled. My chest felt tight, like there wasn't enough room for air inside it. Evan leaned closer, his mouth near my ear. "Don't move," he whispered. The words barely audible. I nodded even though he couldn't see it. The night seemed to shrink around us. Sounds that had blended together earlier now stood out with uncomfortable clarity. The hum of the cart, the faint buzz of a security light overhead. Somewhere behind the shack, water dripped steadily from a pipe, each drop hitting concrete with a soft, echoing plip. Then the radio crackled. The sound cut through everything else, sharp and sudden. Static hissed, then a voice came through, flat, casual, dangerously close. "You see that?" The words weren't loud, but they didn't need to be. They were clear enough to make my stomach drop. Another burst of static answered, followed by a second voice. "Negative." The guard shifted in his seat. The cart's headlights swung slightly to the side, illuminating the edge of the path near the snack shack. The beam stopped just short of where we were hiding, cutting a clean line of light across the ground. I held my breath. The radio crackled again. The first voice returned, quieter this time. Thought I saw... Never mind. The cart idled there for another few seconds that felt like minutes. I waited for the sound of a door opening, for footsteps, for a flashlight beam to pierce the darkness behind the shack. None of that happened. Instead, the golf cart rolled forward, turning slowly and heading back the way it had come. The headlights swept past the front of the shack again, then disappeared around the corner. The hum of the engine faded, leaving behind a silence so sudden it made my ears ring. Evan exhaled sharply, then clamped a hand over his mouth, catching himself at the last second. I let out a breath too, slower, shakier. My hands were trembling. I pressed them flat against the concrete, trying to ground myself in something solid. "We're fine," Evan whispered, though his voice sounded thin, like he was trying to convince himself more than me. I didn't answer. My attention was still locked on the path where the cart had been. The radio voices replayed in my head on a loop. "You see that?" That was the problem. I couldn't stop thinking about what that might have been. We stayed crouched longer than necessary, neither of us willing to be the first to move. The park around us felt different now, like it had shifted from passive to alert. Even without the guard nearby, I had the creeping sensation that the space itself was paying attention. A breeze moved through the park, rattling loose objects. The smell of grease and trash thickened behind the shack, warm and cloying. Somewhere above us, a security light clicked off, plunging the area into deeper shadow. That's when the beep hit. It wasn't faint. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't polite. It was sharp, electronic, and far too loud in the stillness. A single piercing beep that cut straight through my thoughts and lodged itself in my chest. I flinched so hard my shoulder knocked against the wall. Evan froze beside me, eyes wide, every muscle locked. The sound didn't come from in front of us. It came from behind. For half a second, my brain refused to process that. I was too focused on the idea that we'd been spotted, that the guard had circled back, that the light would snap on and expose us. But no light came on. Just that beep, hanging in the air like an accusation. My pulse roared in my ears. I slowly turned my head, inch by inch, trying to locate the source of the sound without making a noise. The back corner of the snack shack sat a few feet away, shadowed and empty. Beyond it, a narrow strip of pavement led toward another cluster of buildings. Nothing moved. The radio crackled again. "You hear that?" The guard's voice asked, closer now. Another pause. Static. Then, negative. The word echoed in my head, wrong and hollow. Evan's fingers dug into my arm, hard enough to hurt. I could feel him shaking. Before either of us could react further, something slammed against the wall above us. The sound was sudden and violent, a sharp whap that made me jerk instinctively, my hands flying up in defense. For a split second, my brain insisted it was a hand, a palm striking metal right above my head. A mini eternity passed in that instant. Images flooded my mind. Someone standing over us, someone reaching down, fingers curling around my shoulder. Then I realized what it was, a loose menu sign. The cheap plastic board hanging near the front corner of the shack had come loose in the wind. It swung violently, slapping against the wall with every gust, over and over again. Whap, whap. The sound was rhythmic, relentless, and somehow worse now that I knew it wasn't a person. My heart kept racing anyway, my body refusing to calm down just because my brain had found an explanation. Evan let out a shaky breath that turned into a silent laugh before he could stop himself. He covered his mouth again, eyes squeezed shut, shoulders trembling. "Jesus," he whispered. I thought... "I know," I said, though my voice came out hoarse. The menu sign kept slapping the wall, each impact echoing down the narrow space behind the shack. The sound carried, too loud, too repetitive. I imagined the guard hearing it from wherever he was, imagined him turning his head, wondering what could be making that noise. I glanced toward the path again, half expecting headlights to reappear. Nothing. The beep didn't repeat. No light came on. No footsteps approached. But the damage was done. The adrenaline that had been keeping me sharp curdled into something heavier. Dread, maybe, or the beginnings of panic. I suddenly became acutely aware of how exposed we were, crouched behind a flimsy building with nowhere to go if someone did decide to check. Evan leaned in close again. His confidence was gone now, replaced by something raw and uncertain. "We need to move," he whispered. "Yeah," I said. "Now." We waited just long enough for the menu signs swinging to slow, the wind dying down. The slap against the wall softened into an occasional tap, then stopped altogether. The silence that followed felt loaded, like the space was holding on to the sound, replaying it internally. Slowly, carefully, we shifted our weight, testing the ground before standing. My legs were stiff, pins and needles running through them from crouching too long. I winced, but didn't make a sound. Before we moved, I glanced upward out of habit. That's when I noticed the camera domes. They were mounted high on the corner of the building, smooth and dark, reflecting a faint glimmer from a distant light. At first glance, they seemed to cover the entire area behind the snack shack. But when I followed their angles carefully, I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. The lenses weren't pointed at us. They were turned slightly outward, angled toward the open path and the front of the shack. The narrow space behind it, The exact spot where Evan and I had been crouching sat just outside their field of view. A few feet to the left or right, and we would have been fully exposed. Here, we were invisible. I stared at the domes, my mind racing. That beep hadn't been triggered by our movement. We'd been crouched, still, hidden. The motion sensor was positioned somewhere else, covering a different angle, which meant Evan followed my gaze. His face went pale. "They're not looking back here," he whispered. "No," I said, the realization settling in with sickening clarity. "They're looking past it." The park hadn't reacted to us hiding. The cameras hadn't adjusted. The lights hadn't snapped on. Because whatever had triggered that beep wasn't us. The thought landed hard, knocking the breath out of me. Someone else had moved. Someone else had approached close enough to trip a sensor behind us. Close enough that the system had announced their presence with that sharp, unmistakable sound. And whoever it was, they hadn't stayed in the light long enough for anyone to see them. Evan swallowed, his earlier excitement completely gone. "We weren't alone," he whispered. I shook my head slowly, eyes still locked on the blind angles above us. We still aren't. The park around us hummed softly, indifferent and awake. The campground lights glowed faintly through the trees, so close and yet impossibly far. Somewhere out there, a guard continued his rounds, trusting his cameras and his lights to tell him when something was wrong. Behind the snack shack, in a pocket of shadow the system politely ignored, Evan and I stood frozen, listening to the silence where a beep had been. And for the first time that night, I understood something with terrifying clarity. The park didn't need to catch everyone. It only needed to catch the ones it was looking for. The rest of us were just obstacles, temporary, expendable, and easy to let slip by, as long as we stayed quiet, as long as we didn't turn around. We stood there longer than we should have. That moment after a scare, after your body has already burned through its first wave of adrenaline, is dangerous. Your muscles are tense, your breathing shallow, but your mind starts searching for logic, for explanations that can turn terror back into embarrassment. I remember thinking that if we just waited another 10 seconds, everything would settle. The park would stay quiet. The beep would fade into memory. We'd move on and laugh about how jumpy we'd been. Those 10 seconds stretched. The space behind the snack shack felt narrower now, like the walls had inched closer while we weren't paying attention. The air was stale and damp, heavy with the smell of grease and old trash. Somewhere above us, a security light buzzed faintly, its electrical hum vibrating through the metal siding. Evan shifted his weight beside me, the soft scrape of his shoe against concrete sounding obscenely loud in the silence. I raised my hand slightly, palm out, signaling him to stay still. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just Shadow playing tricks on me. The park was full of shapes that suggested movement when there was none. Angled supports, hanging cables, loose banners stirring in the breeze. But this was different. This shape wasn't static. It adjusted. About 30 feet away, across a narrow service road that ran between buildings, something crouched low near the corner of a maintenance shed. The darkness there was deeper, layered, but there was enough ambient light bleeding in from a distant street lamp to outline a figure. Human. My stomach dropped. I didn't point. I didn't speak. I just stared, my eyes locked on that spot, afraid that if I looked away even for a second, it would vanish and leave me questioning my own sanity. Evan followed my gaze. I felt his breath hitch beside me. The figure didn't move at first. It stayed crouched, compact, as if it were aware of how visible it might become if it shifted too much. The posture mirrored our own so closely that it sent a cold shiver through me. Knees bent, weight forward, ready. Then slowly, deliberately, the head lifted. Even in the low light, I knew he was looking directly at us. There was no confusion in his movement, no scanning of the area, no hesitation. His gaze came straight to where we were standing, tucked into the blind pocket behind the snack shack. It was precise, intentional, and deeply unsettling. I stopped breathing. For a second, my brain tried to frame it in harmless terms. Another kid, maybe. A bored employee cutting through the park. A guard on foot. But none of those explanations fit the way he held himself. There was a stillness to him that felt practiced, like he knew exactly how much motion was safe. The street lamp's light spilled just a little farther as a cloud shifted overhead, and I saw his face. It was damp, like he'd been sweating or standing in mist. His hair clung to his forehead in dark strands. The skin on his cheeks looked sallow, almost gray in the half-light. And there were streaks across his face, dark, uneven lines that ran from his temple down toward his jaw, as if he'd wiped something away without fully cleaning it off. I couldn't tell what it was. Dirt, grease, something else. But it looked wet. He shifted slightly, just enough for the light to catch his mouth, and he smiled. It wasn't wide, it wasn't exaggerated, it didn't bare teeth or stretch unnaturally across his face. It was small, controlled. The kind of smile someone gives when they recognize you, when they're confirming a suspicion, like he'd been expecting us. Evan made a sound beside me, a tiny, involuntary noise deep in his throat. The man's eyes flicked briefly in his direction, then returned to me. I felt exposed in a way I'd never felt before, like he could see not just where we were hiding, but why. Like he understood the fear holding us still and found it useful. Neither of us moved. Neither did he. The park seemed to hold its breath with us. The hum of electricity faded into the background. The distant highway noise dulled, as if someone had turned the volume down. All that existed was the space between us and him, 30 feet of cracked pavement and shadow. Then he shifted his weight. It was subtle, but enough to send a jolt through me. His hand brushed the ground, steadying himself. The movement was quiet, efficient, practiced. I suddenly became acutely aware of our flashlight. I hadn't turned it on since we'd hidden behind the shack. It was still clipped to my belt, angled downward. The beam, weak as it was, hadn't moved. It hadn't swept across the area. It hadn't pointed toward the figure. And yet the beep had gone off. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The motion sensor hadn't been triggered by us. We hadn't moved. We hadn't crossed into its range. Slowly, carefully, my mind rewound the last few seconds. The beep, the sound coming from behind us, the radio chatter, the cameras angled away, the blind spot. My stomach twisted as the pieces slid into place. The sensor zone wasn't in front of us. It was behind us. Someone had crossed into it from the rear. My pulse roared in my ears. I forced myself to breathe, to stay still, to not alert the man that I just understood something he already seemed to know. He hadn't been hiding from us. He'd been approaching. The smile on his face made sense now. Not as a threat, not as mockery, but as confirmation. We were exactly where he expected us to be when he triggered that sensor. Exactly where someone unfamiliar with the park would run when startled by a guard and a light. Behind the snack shack, in the blind spot. Evan's fingers brushed my arm, trembling. I could feel his panic building, his body preparing to bolt. I knew that if he ran, if either of us made a sudden move, something would happen. I didn't know what, but I was certain it wouldn't end well. The man's eyes flicked past us briefly, toward the space behind the shack, toward the area where the sensor had been triggered. Then he looked back at us. The smile didn't fade. He lowered his head slightly, as if in greeting. A gust of wind moved through the park, rattling a loose panel on the maintenance shed. The sound broke the spell just enough for my instincts to kick in. I grabbed Evan's sleeve and shook my head, slow and deliberate. Don't move. The man stayed crouched for another long moment. I counted my breaths, afraid to blink. My legs burned from holding position. Sweat trickled down my spine despite the cool air. Then, without warning, he moved. Not toward us, away. He darted across the service road in a smooth, controlled burst of motion, staying low, crossing through the edge of the street lamp spill just long enough for me to catch one last clear look at his face. The dark streaks glistened. His eyes were focused ahead, no longer on us. He slipped behind the maintenance building and vanished into the darkness of that unlit corridor we'd seen from the top of the coaster, the blind spot. He was gone so quickly that for a split second I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But the silence he left behind was different, charged, heavy with implication. Evan sucked in a sharp breath. "Did you?" "I know," I whispered. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "I saw him." We stayed where we were for several more seconds, listening, waiting for footsteps, for a voice, for anything that would confirm what we'd just witnessed. Nothing came. The park resumed its low hum, indifferent once more. Somewhere far off, a security light clicked on and off. The golf cart engine sounded faintly in the distance, moving away. Evan turned to me, his face pale, eyes wide. "He was behind us," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "He triggered it." "Yes." The weight of that realization settled over us both. The beep hadn't been a warning. It had been a courtesy, a system announcement that someone who knew the park intimately had chosen to use. Someone who understood exactly how far he could go without being seen. Someone who had tested the sensor, then watched to see how we reacted. And he'd learned what he needed to know. Evan swallowed hard. "Why didn't he?" He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. I shook my head slowly. "I don't know." But part of me suspected the answer had nothing to do with mercy. The man hadn't been hunting us. He'd been assessing us, deciding whether we mattered. I glanced back toward the maintenance building, toward the corridor that swallowed light and cameras alike. The darkness there felt deeper now, purposeful, like a door that had briefly opened and then closed again. Evan tugged at my sleeve, urgency bleeding into his voice. "We need to leave. Now." I nodded, my body finally unlocking. My legs felt weak as we began to move, stepping carefully, quietly, back toward the path that led to the fence. Every shadow felt like it might conceal another figure. Every sound made my heart jump. As we retreated, I couldn't shake the image of that small, controlled smile. Not threatening, not angry, just knowing. And as we put distance between ourselves and the place where he'd crouched, one thought pressed itself into my mind with terrifying clarity. If the park systems could announce his presence without exposing him, then he'd been using them for a long time, and we were never the ones they were meant to protect. Chapter 4. The intercom tried to say something. We didn't run right away. That's the part people never understand when you tell a story like this. They imagine you see something terrifying and your body instantly goes into sprint mode, Fight or flight, adrenaline, survival. But real fear can pin you down first. It can make you stand there too long, staring at the exact spot where the danger disappeared, trying to convince yourself it wasn't real, trying to find the version of events that lets you keep your dignity. Evan and I wasted those seconds. Then a sound changed everything. A faint crunch on gravel. Not close enough to confirm footsteps, not loud enough to be a guard, but distinct enough to make Evan's head snap in that direction. His eyes met mine. In the dim light, his expression was no longer excitement or curiosity. It was something closer to panic, trying to stay quiet. He mouthed 2 words, "Now. Move." We bolted, without screaming, without talking, without even the kind of frantic whisper you'd expect. It wasn't bravery. It wasn't calm. It was instinctive silence. The kind you fall into when you're terrified that sound will turn you from hidden to chosen. Our feet hit the ground too hard at first. Evan's shoe kicked a small patch of loose gravel near the back of the snack shack, and the stones skittered across pavement with an ugly, crisp sound that seemed to slice straight through the night. I flinched mid-stride. Evan didn't slow. He just grabbed my wrist and pulled me forward harder, forcing momentum to override hesitation. The park around us blurred into shapes and edges, shadows and pale security lights, closed booths, metal fences, the outlines of rides rising overhead like dark ribs. Every object felt like it could conceal someone. Every gap between buildings felt like a mouth. We moved toward what we thought was the quickest route back to the fence, toward the edge of the park where the trees thickened and the campground lights faintly glowed beyond them. But as we ran, the layout shifted. Paths that had felt clear 10 minutes earlier now forked in ways I didn't remember. Corridors appeared where I thought there were walls. Signs pointed in directions that didn't match my sense of where the fence line should be. Evan cut left behind a row of ticket booths. I followed, breath tearing in and out of my chest too loudly, too harshly. The sound of my own breathing became the loudest thing in the world. I could hear it bouncing inside my skull, wet and desperate, like something chasing me from the inside. The ground changed beneath our feet. Smooth pavement to rougher concrete to patches of gravel near service entrances. The gravel was the worst. Every step produced a sharp crunch that felt impossible to hide. It made me want to lift my feet and float instead of run. We passed an exit sign. It was mounted above a narrow gate, its reflective letters catching a security light and flashing bright green. For a split second, relief surged through me. Exit meant outside. Exit meant fence. Exit meant campground. Evan veered toward it, then stopped short. The gate was chained shut. A thick chain wrapped through the bars, secured with a heavy padlock that looked new. The metal glinted in the light, fresh and deliberate. Not neglected. Not forgotten. "Are you kidding me?" Evan whispered, the first words either of us had made since we started running. I grabbed his sleeve and yanked him back into motion. We couldn't stop. Stopping felt like dying. We cut away from the chained gate and ran along the side of a closed food stand, the smell of fryer grease and damp trash hitting us in a stale wave. Behind us, the golf cart engine hummed louder. Not loud like it was right on top of us, louder like it had turned into our direction. The sound was steady and low, the kind of hum that gets under your skin because it's consistent, because it suggests someone moving slowly, methodically, not panicking, not guessing. A guard doing a route, a person who knows the park, or someone else using the same path. Radio chatter bled into the air. Not clear sentences, just fragments swallowed by static and distance. "Copy," "Where you at?" Static. Check. Negative. The words floated in and out, but the implication pressed down on me like weight. Someone was nearby, and they were communicating. Even if they weren't talking about us, the fact that voices were moving through the darkness made the park feel less empty and more predatory. Evan glanced over his shoulder once, and that was enough to tell me he was fighting the urge to look again. Looking back felt like inviting the image of the man's smile into the open. We crossed another open stretch of path. A security light clicked on above us, snapping the world into harsh clarity. For a split second, we were fully visible. Two teenagers sprinting across a pale rectangle of concrete, shadows stretching long behind us. My stomach dropped. I expected a shout, a flashlight beam, the squeal of a cart turning sharply. Nothing. We reached the far side and ducked behind a row of closed game booths, pressing into shadow again. The sudden absence of light felt like relief and danger at the same time. We kept moving, cutting between buildings, following the narrowest routes, the darkest strips of pavement. The park's fun facade was gone now. In daylight, those corridors had seemed like backstage areas, places employees used to restock, to clean, to disappear for a smoke break. At night, they felt like arteries, functional channels, routes designed for movement without attention. The maze effect got worse the farther we ran. Every sign seemed wrong. Exit arrows pointed toward chained gates or dead ends. Employees-only doors appeared in places that should have led outside, their metal surfaces slick with condensation. A set of stairs went up to a platform that ended abruptly at a locked maintenance door. Another corridor narrowed until it was barely wide enough for one person to pass. And Evan hesitated, unsure if it would lead us to freedom or trap us in a tighter space. I could hear my heartbeat in my throat. The air tasted like metal and old sugar. My lungs burned, each breath harsh and ragged, the sound of it loud enough that I started trying to breathe through my nose just to quiet myself, even as my body begged for more air. Evan finally picked a route and committed. He turned into a service lane lined with dumpsters and stacked plastic crates. The lane sloped slightly downward, and the smell here was worse. Warm garbage, cleaning chemicals, wet cardboard. A loose lid on one dumpster clattered in the wind, the sound sharp and sudden. I flinched, expecting it to summon someone. The golf cart hum swelled again, closer now. Evan grabbed my wrist and pulled me faster. The lane ended at another fork. One route led back toward the main path where lights were brighter. The other vanished behind a maintenance wall into deeper shadow. Evan's eyes flicked toward the darker route. I knew what he was thinking. The cameras avoided certain corridors. We'd seen that. The blind spots existed. If we stayed in shadow, we might stay unseen. But that was also where the man had gone. That was where he belonged. "Not that way," I whispered, forcing the words out through my burning chest. Evan hesitated, just a fraction too long, then nodded and veered toward the brighter path instead, like choosing exposure over mystery. We burst out into a wider walkway, and the sudden openness made me feel naked. Overhead, lights buzzed faintly. In the distance, the golf cart headlights swept across a curve of pavement, white beams sliding along walls like searching fingers. The radio crackled again, clearer now, as if we'd moved closer to the source. "You see that?" a voice said. Static answered. Another voice, calmer, negative. My stomach turned. Those were the same words from earlier, or maybe my brain had decided they were because it couldn't handle the alternative. Either way, hearing them now, closer, clearer, made the park feel like it was tightening around us. Evan slowed slightly, scanning for an exit that wasn't chained shut. His breathing was loud too, uneven, ragged. I could hear the wet rasp of it. It made me want to scream at him to be quieter, even though I knew it was impossible. We were human. The park was designed to catch human noise. We passed another exit sign. This one hung above a wide gate at the edge of the park. The sign glowed green, reflective and confident. Like it wanted to soothe you. Evan rushed toward it. And again, chain, padlock, fresh, thick, deliberate. Evan's face twisted, frustration flashing through his fear. He yanked at the gate once, hard enough to make the chain rattle. The sound echoed far too loudly. "Stop!" I hissed. He froze, hands still on the bars. The chain settled with a final metallic clink. The golf cart engine changed tone, a slight rise in pitch, a subtle acceleration. It was turning, toward us. Evan slowly backed away from the gate, and I could see in his eyes that he'd reached the same conclusion I had. The park was not going to let us find an exit by following the signs. The signs were not meant to help people after midnight. They were meant to guide crowds in daylight. At night, they were decoration, or worse, bait. We needed to stop trusting what the park presented as safe. We needed to trust what we'd learned. The shadows, the blind zones, the places cameras didn't look. But trusting those places meant accepting that someone else already understood them. My lungs burned. My throat felt raw. Every breath sounded like a mistake. Evan leaned close, his voice barely audible over the hum now approaching. "We go back to the fence gap," he whispered. I nodded, because there was no other choice. We turned away from the chained gates and ran again, cutting into the darker edge of the path where the lights didn't fully reach. The ground shifted under our feet, gravel crunching, then silence on smoother pavement. The park's maze twisted around us. Shadows swallowed corners. The rides overhead creaked softly as the wind moved through them, the sound like slow bones. The golf cart hum stayed with us now, following at a distance that felt intentional, close enough to pressure, far enough to not reveal itself fully. Radio chatter bled through the darkness in short bursts, like breath from a hidden mouth. And as we ran, silent and desperate, the park stopped feeling like a place we were escaping. It started feeling like a place that was guiding us somewhere, one wrong exit sign at a time. The first light came on behind us, not ahead, not to the side. Behind, sharp and sudden, snapping the darkness into pieces. The concrete flared white, our shadows stretching long and distorted toward the path we were already abandoning. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. The light wasn't meant to help anyone see where we were going. It was meant to remind us where we'd been. Evan grabbed my wrist again, harder this time, and we ran. The second light triggered 10 yards ahead, then another farther down the path. Like the park was waking up one segment at a time. Click, on, click, on. Each one came alive just as we reached it, throwing our faces and bodies into brief, merciless clarity before dying again as we passed. It felt choreographed. Not random, not faulty, a chain reaction. My breathing went ragged immediately. There was no controlling it anymore. No trying to be quiet. Each inhale scraped my throat raw. Each exhale shuddered out of me like something breaking free. Evan's breathing was just as loud beside me. Wet, uneven, panicked. The sound of it echoed off the buildings, multiplied by walls and metal surfaces, until it felt like the park itself was breathing with us. We cut left between two closed game stalls, the space narrowing so sharply that my shoulder clipped a metal corner. Pain flashed hot and bright, but I barely registered it. Ahead, another motion light snapped on, then off, plunging us back into shadow so abruptly, my eyes struggled to adjust. Behind us, a maintenance door slammed. The sound was violent and immediate, a deep, metallic bang that ricocheted through the alleyway like a gunshot. I screamed without meaning to, the sound ripping out of me before I could stop it. Evan cursed, stumbling for half a step before catching himself and pulling me forward again. The door slammed again. Not rhythmic, not steady, irregular, like someone running past doors and slamming them as they went, or like the wind had suddenly found teeth. I didn't know which possibility was worse, and my brain refused to pick one. It just registered chase, pure and simple, and shoved adrenaline into every corner of my body until my legs felt like they might tear themselves free. Another light popped on overhead, washing the alley in harsh white. For a split second, I saw everything too clearly. Dumpsters lining the wall, lids rattling, a stack of plastic crates half collapsed. Evan's face slick with sweat, eyes wide and unfocused. The light shut off again, plunging us back into darkness that felt thicker than before. We burst out of the alley into a wider service lane and almost collided with a cart parked crookedly near the wall. Evan swerved at the last second, dragging me with him, and the metal handle of the cart scraped loudly against concrete. The sound felt like an announcement. My heart hammered so hard, it made my vision pulse. Another light triggered behind us, then another. Not in a straight line, staggered, offset, lighting up different angles like someone testing coverage. I had the overwhelming sense that we were being outlined, our movement traced in light without ever being fully pinned down. The maintenance door slammed a third time. Closer. "Go, go, go," Evan gasped, the words breaking apart in his mouth. We ran past a break room. I didn't realize what it was at first. Just a low building with a small window glowing faintly. Then I saw the TV through the glass. It was on, image flickering silently, some late-night show or news channel cycling through bright graphics and talking heads with no sound. The screen cast a cold, blue-white glow over the empty room, illuminating a sagging couch, a cluttered table, a bulletin board plastered with old notices and faded schedules. A vending machine stood against the far wall, its interior lights buzzing softly, rows of candy bars and soda bottles perfectly arranged and untouched. The smell hit me as we passed. Burnt coffee, stale and bitter, like a pot left on the warmer far too long. It was such a normal smell that it almost made me stumble. People had been here, recently. The idea made my stomach twist. Another motion light snapped on directly in front of us, and I skidded to a stop instinctively, panic flaring. Evan yanked me forward again, and we plunged through the light's beam, our shadows jumping wildly across the wall of the break room. The TV flickered. For a split second, the image stuttered, faces freezing, lines tearing across the screen. Then it resumed, silent and uncaring. I don't know why that scared me so badly, but it did. It felt like a reaction, like acknowledgement. The maintenance door slammed again, followed by the rattle of a loose handle. I could hear it now, not just the bang, but the subtle scrape of metal against metal afterward, as if someone had brushed past it too closely, or as if the wind had changed direction. "Is that?" Evan started. "I don't know," I said, the words tumbling out between gasps. Don't stop." We turned another corner and nearly ran headlong into a chain-link fence blocking the service lane. Evan swore and veered right at the last second, dragging me down a narrow strip of pavement that ran behind a row of storage sheds. The ground here was uneven, patches of gravel biting into my shoes, each step exploding with noise. The lights followed, one behind us, one ahead, another to the side. They didn't all turn on at once. They cascaded, each triggering just as we crossed into its range, like the park was waking up in pieces and deciding, one at a time, to look. My chest burned, my vision tunneled. I tasted copper at the back of my throat. The maintenance door slammed again. This time, it was unmistakably closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder. I shouldn't have. The light behind us had come on again, and for a fraction of a second, it illuminated the far end of the service lane we'd just left. The door was visible there, swinging slowly now, its momentum dying. No one stood in the doorway, but something moved at the edge of the light. Just a shift, a shadow changing shape, a suggestion of a figure stepping back out of the illuminated zone. The light clicked off. My stomach dropped so hard I thought I might throw up mid-run. Evan felt me falter and tightened his grip, practically dragging me now. We burst past another building, this one humming loudly. Freezers or refrigeration units cycling on and off. The sound was deep and mechanical, vibrating through the ground and up into my bones. It layered with the hum of distant engines, with our breathing, with the irregular pop of motion lights activating and dying. The park had become a machine, and we were caught inside it. We passed another exit sign. I didn't even look at it this time. I didn't trust it. Trusting signs felt childish now, like believing the smiling mascots during the day had anything to do with what the park was after midnight. A gust of wind surged through the service lane, stronger than before, rattling lids and signs. A laminated menu board tore loose completely and clattered across the ground behind us, scraping and bouncing like something alive. I screamed again, unable to stop myself. The sound tore out of my throat, raw and humiliating. Another light snapped on directly above us. The brightness was blinding. For half a second, the world flattened. No shadows, no depth, just white concrete and pale walls and two terrified kids frozen mid-stride. I felt exposed down to my thoughts. Like anything watching could see straight through me. The light snapped off. We ran again. The break room appeared again, or maybe another one just like it. Another glowing window. Another silent TV flickering in the dark. This one showed a weather forecast. Bright icons sliding across the screen. A coffee pot sat abandoned on the counter, its glass stained brown. The smell was stronger here, acrid and old. I had the sudden, insane thought that if we stopped, if we went inside and closed the door, everything would calm down. That the park would accept us as employees if we acted like we belonged. The thought scared me more than the chase. Another door slammed. This one was different. Louder. Heavier. Not a hollow maintenance door sound, but something thicker. Like a metal fire door hitting its frame. The sound boomed through the corridor and set off a fresh chain of lights ahead of us, 3 snapping on in quick succession. Click, on, click, on, click, on. The path ahead lit up in segments, guiding us forward like a runway. "Why are they all?" Evan gasped. "I don't know," I said, though part of me was starting to suspect the answer. Just follow the dark." We hugged the edges of the path, staying where the light fell weakest, darting from shadow to shadow like something hunted. The lights didn't follow us into the narrowest strips between buildings. They respected the same blind zones we'd noticed earlier, the same zones the man had used. The realization twisted my fear into something sharper. This wasn't random. The system wasn't broken. It was reacting exactly as it had been designed to, exposing open movement, ignoring the margins. Another light snapped on behind us, and then, mercifully, didn't trigger again. The chain reaction stalled, as if we'd crossed into a part of the park that didn't care to watch. The maintenance door stopped slamming. The sudden absence of that sound was worse than the noise itself. My ears strained for it, waiting for the next bang that never came. The only sounds left were our breathing and the distant hum of machines. We slowed just a fraction, not stopping but easing out of a full sprint into something closer to a frantic jog. My legs trembled. My lungs felt shredded. Evan's grip on my wrist loosened slightly, his fingers slick with sweat. Behind us, the lights clicked off one by one, plunging the path back into darkness. The park fell quiet again, not peaceful, not safe. Quiet like it had just finished saying something important and was waiting to see if we'd understood. I glanced back once more, against my better judgment. The service lane behind us was dark and empty. The break room windows glowed faintly in the distance, TVs still flickering silently to no one. The motion lights were off now, dormant like they'd never existed, but the feeling remained that the lights hadn't been trying to stop us. They'd been trying to hurry us toward something else, toward wherever the park wanted us to go next. We didn't stop running because we felt safe. We stopped because our bodies started failing us. The park had wrung us out, lungs burning, legs shaking, throats raw from breathing too hard, too fast. When the motion light chain reaction finally died out behind us, it left a silence so sudden it felt like stepping from a crowded room into an empty house. The abrupt quiet made my ears ring. It made every tiny sound in our immediate space stand out in harsh detail. Evan's shoes scraping, my breath rattling, the faint buzz of a security fixture somewhere overhead. We slowed into a stumble jog along the edge of a wider path. The asphalt here was smoother and darker, reflecting a faint sheen from distant lamps. To our right, a row of closed kiosks sat like boarded-up houses. To our left, a fence line and a stretch of trees formed a shadowy barrier. The campground somewhere beyond it. Close enough that I could almost convince myself we were back on the correct route. Evan loosened his grip on my wrist, but didn't let go. His hand was slick with sweat. My own fingers were numb from clenching them into fists. "Fence!" he gasped. "We need fence!" "I know," I managed, my voice thin and broken. Talking felt wrong, like it might snap something in the air. But I needed to hear a human voice, even my own, just to remind myself we were still in control of our bodies. We took the next corner, and the park opened up into a long corridor of pavement flanked by low buildings, maintenance-adjacent structures that looked less like attractions and more like storage and staff access. The lighting was dimmer here, not the bright customer-facing glow of the main path, but the pale industrial light that exists purely to prevent accidents. The kind of light that makes every surface look guilty. A security camera dome hung under the eave above us, glossy and dark. I looked up instinctively, tracking its angle. It wasn't aimed at us. It was aimed down the main walkway, toward the visible, obvious route. The narrow strip of pavement hugging the buildings, the path we were taking, sat in partial shadow, a half-seen channel. Evan noticed me looking. He didn't need me to explain. His eyes flicked upward and then away quickly, like acknowledging the camera was a risk in itself. We kept moving, shoulders hunched, trying to quiet our footsteps. My lungs still sounded loud, but at least I could control the rhythm now. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Each breath scraping less, each exhale less shaky. My heartbeat was still sprinting inside my chest, but it had stopped trying to escape my throat. Then the intercom crackled. The sound didn't come from one direction. It came from the park itself, from hidden speakers mounted high on poles and under eaves. It was the same static pop we'd heard earlier, faint, almost dismissible, except this time it was louder, closer, and unmistakably intentional. A hiss of static filled the air. Evan and I froze mid-step. The crackle shifted, like someone adjusting a microphone. A brief, hollow thump, like the mic being tapped once. Then a voice came through, filtered and thin, the way loudspeaker voices always sound like they're speaking through a mouth full of paper. "Attention! All staff report to..." The sentence cut off. Not faded, not interrupted by distance. Cut off dead, mid-word, as if someone had yanked the cord. For one single second, a high-pitched feedback squeal erupted, sharp enough to make my eyes water, sharp enough that my body recoiled instinctively, shoulders rising, hands flying up to cover my ears. Then silence. Complete, unnatural silence. The park's hum seemed to dip, as if even the machines paused to listen. The highway whisper felt far away. Even our breathing quieted. Not because we controlled it, but because fear does that sometimes. It steals air from you, makes you hold it without realizing. Evan's mouth hung slightly open. His eyes were wide, reflecting a faint security light. He looked like someone who had just heard his name called in an empty house. "That wasn't..." he started. "No," I whispered, and my voice sounded like it didn't belong to me. "That wasn't scheduled." How did I know? Because of the cut. Because of the feedback. Because of the way it sounded like someone had pressed the button for a purpose and then stopped it just as quickly, as if the announcement wasn't meant to complete, only to interrupt, only to distract, only to make everyone, staff included, lift their heads and look. Evan grabbed my sleeve again. "Come on," he hissed. We started moving, but slower now. Not from exhaustion, from the awareness that the park had just spoken, directly, audibly, and then gone quiet in a way that felt like a dare. We passed a break in the buildings, a narrow opening that led to a service road. A street lamp somewhere beyond cast a pale spill of light across the pavement, turning it a sickly gray. The light revealed wet patches on the ground, tire marks, scattered leaves pressed flat. And then, at the far end of that service road, I saw him. Not close. Not 30 feet like before. Farther, maybe 70, 80 feet away. Enough distance that my brain tried to deny it. Tried to label it as a signpost or a shadow leaning wrong. But the shape was wrong for a post. It was upright. Human. Still. He stood half in darkness, half in the edge of the street lamp's spill, like he knew exactly how much of himself to reveal. His shoulders were slightly hunched, as if he'd been waiting there for a while. His clothing looked dark and heavy, damp in the night air. I couldn't make out details of his face at this distance, but I didn't need to. I recognized the posture. I recognized the stillness. Evan saw him too. I felt it in the way Evan's grip tightened, in the way his breathing changed. Sharp inhale, held too long. The figure didn't move toward us. He didn't have to. He turned his head slightly, just enough to confirm he was watching. And then, in the same calm, controlled way he'd moved earlier, he lifted one arm. Not a wave, not a threat. A small gesture, like pointing, like indicating a direction. My stomach dropped because I realized what he was doing. He was showing us where to go. Or worse, he was confirming we were going where he wanted. Evan jerked backward instinctively, pulling me away from the opening. We pressed ourselves against the building's wall again, hiding in the shadowed strip beneath the camera's blind angle. "I can't," Evan whispered, voice breaking. "I can't do this." I swallowed hard. My throat burned. "Don't look," I whispered back, even though I was looking anyway, unable to stop. Just move." But the park didn't let us move easily. Another crackle of static whispered from the loudspeaker system. Not as loud as the announcement, more like residual noise, like someone's finger brushing the button again, testing it. A tiny pop, then silence. It felt like a reminder. Evan's eyes flicked up toward the camera dome above us, then down toward the service road. He was calculating, the same way I was. Light versus shadow. Open path versus blind corridor. The campground gap versus the maze we were trapped in. "The fence is that way," Evan whispered, but his voice didn't sound sure anymore. It sounded like he was repeating directions from a map he no longer trusted. I nodded. "Then we take the darkest route." "The darkest route is where he..." Evan didn't finish. "Where he belonged." We moved anyway. We slid along the building's side, staying close to the wall, feet careful, shoulders brushing damp metal. The smell here was sharp. Wet steel, old syrup, a faint ghost of burnt coffee drifting from somewhere inside. We reached the edge of the opening again, without stepping into the street lamp's spill. I stole one more glance. The man was still there, except now he was slightly closer. Not by much, but enough that my skin prickled. Enough that my mind registered it as movement that had happened while we weren't watching. He hadn't rushed. He hadn't chased. He had simply adjusted, like a person stepping forward in line. The realization made my knees feel weak. I forced myself to keep moving, guided by Evan's pull on my sleeve, guided by the desperate need to reach the fence gap before the park decided to turn on another chain of lights. We passed another loudspeaker pole. I could see the speaker horn mounted near the top, its mouth angled downward like it was waiting to swallow sound and spit it back out. The metal looked slightly rusted around the bolts. It should have looked mundane. Instead, it looked like an organ, something that could speak for the park whenever someone wanted it to. The intercom stayed silent. That silence felt deliberate now, like someone had used it once, got what they wanted, and didn't need it anymore. Evan whispered, "Why would they do that? Why would they hit the system like that?" I didn't answer right away, because the thought that came to me was too unsettling to say out loud. The announcement hadn't been for staff, it had been for us. It had been a sound designed to interrupt our flight, to make us freeze, to make us look up and listen, long enough for someone to reposition in the dark. Long enough for the third presence to appear where we could see him. Long enough for us to understand we weren't just running from the park. We were running inside it, on paths the park had already decided we would take. We reached another intersection of service lanes where multiple exit signs pointed in different directions, arrows conflicting, routes splitting. Under the dim lights, the signs felt like jokes, bright, confident lies. Evan slowed, unsure which route was real, and in that hesitation my fear spiked into something close to rage. "Pick one," I hissed, voice harsh. "Pick one and go." Evan chose the route that hugged the buildings, the route that stayed in shadow. We moved fast again, but not loudly, not stomping, gliding as best we could on legs that wanted to collapse. My ears strained for the golf cart hum, for radio chatter, for another intercom crackle. Instead, what I heard was something worse. A faint, controlled footstep rhythm behind us, distant but steady, keeping pace without trying to catch up. Not frantic, not heavy, just there, like a metronome. Evan heard it too. His face tightened. He didn't look back. Neither did I, because I had a terrible certainty that if I looked, I would see the man again, half in light, half in shadow, smiling that small, controlled smile like he recognized exactly where we were in the park's maze. Like he recognized the moment right before you make the wrong turn. And somewhere above us, the loudspeaker system waited, silent and patient, as if it could speak again at any time. Only when someone needed it to. Only when someone wanted to interrupt. Chapter 5. Morning Evacuation. By the time we made it back to the fence gap, my body felt like it had been hollowed out and filled with electricity. We didn't speak. We didn't even look at each other in a way that acknowledged what had just happened. That would have made it real in a way neither of us could handle. Evan led, shoulders hunched, moving along the building line until the park's glow thinned and the trees thickened again. When the chain-link fence finally appeared, it looked ordinary, just metal and shadow and weeds. Yet I felt this absurd surge of gratitude, like it was a door back into a world where rules made sense. Evan shoved his way through first, the wire ties scraping faintly as the gap flexed. I followed, shoulder catching cold metal again, my breath snagging in my throat. The moment my shoes hit campground soil, the texture changed underfoot. Pine needles, loose dirt, small stones, and it should have felt like relief. Instead, it felt like stepping out of one nightmare into another that had learned how to disguise itself as normal. The campground was quieter than before. The late-night laughter had died out. The distant highway still whispered, but softer now, like it was running out of patience. A few RV air conditioners hummed steadily in the background. Somewhere far away, a dog barked once and stopped. The smell of smoke still hung in the air, old and faint, mixed with bug spray and damp pine. We moved fast through the trees toward our site. Not running, but not walking either. Something in between. The speed of people trying not to draw attention while also trying to escape their own thoughts. My lungs were still raw, every inhale leaving a sting in my throat. Evan's shoulders were rigid. I could see his hands trembling at his sides, fingers flexing as if he needed to keep them moving to prove he was still in control of his body. When our tent came into view, the sight of it made my stomach twist. It looked too small, too thin, too temporary. A sheet of fabric in a world full of unseen corridors and blind spots. The lantern we'd left inside cast a faint glow through the nylon, warm and soft, a pathetic imitation of safety. Evan crouched immediately at the entrance and unzipped it. The zipper sounded like a scream. I know that sounds dramatic, but in the stillness of the campground, that metallic rasp felt violently loud, like it could carry across the loop and into the trees, like it could reach the fence line and announce exactly where we were. Evan froze mid-zip as if he'd realized it too, his head lifting, eyes darting. No one stirred, no flashlight beam cut through the trees, no voice called out, but the damage was done. The sound had lodged in my nerves. Everything after that felt amplified. We slipped inside the tent, and Evan pulled the zipper closed again, slower this time, trying to silence it. The zipper still rasped. There was no way to make it quiet. That realization, that even the simplest actions made noise, made my paranoia flare again. The lantern hissed softly, a steady gas sound that I'd never noticed before, like a snake breathing. The nylon walls moved slightly in the breeze, a faint fluttering sound that reminded me of the menu sign slapping against the snack shack. I flinched at the memory so hard it made my shoulders ache. Evan sat down hard on his sleeping bag, then immediately shifted, restless. He didn't lie down. He didn't take off his shoes. He just sat there, back hunched, staring at the tent floor like he expected it to open up. I tried to speak. I tried to make my mouth form something normal. We're back. We're fine, it's over. But nothing came out. My tongue felt thick, useless. My mind kept replaying the intercom. Attention. All staff report to... And then the dead cut, the feedback squeal, the silence afterward. It was like the sound had carved a groove in my brain, and my thoughts kept falling back into it. Evan's hands were shaking visibly now, not just a tremor, full, involuntary shaking that made the sleeping bag rustle under him. His breathing had calmed, but his body hadn't. "You okay?" I whispered, finally. Evan didn't answer right away. He swallowed once, hard enough that I saw his throat move. I thought we were done," he said quietly. "We are," I lied. Evan looked at me then, eyes wide, pupils huge in the lantern glow. "Are we?" he whispered, and the way he said it made my stomach drop. Because I didn't know. I didn't know if the park had let us go or if it had simply watched us leave. I didn't know if the third presence had been a warning or a promise. The tent suddenly felt like the least secure place in the world. Nylon walls, thin zipper, stakes in soft dirt. If someone wanted to get in, they would. Quietly, easily. And the thought that someone might want to, that someone might have followed us through the gap and into the campground, pressed down on my chest until it was hard to breathe. We turned the lantern lower, not because we thought it would hide us, but because it made us feel less visible. The light dimmed to a weak amber glow, casting long shadows on the tent walls. My own shadow looked wrong, distorted, too tall. Evan lay down finally, but stiffly, like he expected to have to jump up again. He didn't unzip his sleeping bag properly. He just shoved his legs in and pulled the top over himself like a shield. I lay down too. My sleeping bag felt like plastic against my skin. The ground beneath us was uneven, hard in places, soft in others. A small rock pressed into my hip, but I didn't move. Moving meant making noise. Noise meant being noticed. Minutes passed, or hours. Time stopped behaving normally. The lantern hissed softly. Outside, the campground held its late-night quiet. Somewhere, an RV air conditioner clicked off, leaving an absence so profound that it sounded like something had just leaned closer to listen. Evan whispered, "Do you think we should tell Ray?" The mention of Uncle Ray's name sent a fresh wave of fear through me. Not because I thought he was involved, but because acknowledging him meant admitting we'd trespassed, admitting we'd been inside the park, admitting we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see. It meant consequences. It meant being questioned. It meant having to describe the man's face, the dark streaks, the small controlled smile. And part of me felt, irrationally, that saying it out loud would summon it back. "No," I whispered. "Not yet." Evan didn't argue. He just stared up at the tent ceiling, eyes open, unblinking. We didn't sleep. We tried. We lay there, silent and rigid, listening to every sound the campground made. Each one felt like it could be the start of something. A branch snapping, a footstep, a zipper, a cough, a whispered conversation drifting from a nearby site, a car door closing somewhere in the loop. The micro-horrors started small, then multiplied. A set of footsteps crunched on gravel outside our tent. Both Evan and I froze so hard it hurt. My heart slammed once, twice, then started racing again. I held my breath, counting the steps. 1, 2, 3. The steps slowed near our sight. Stopped. My skin prickled. Evan's hand moved under his sleeping bag, as if he were reaching for something that wasn't there. I stared at the tent wall, waiting for a shadow to stop outside, waiting for the zipper to start moving. Then the footsteps resumed, moving past us. A moment later, I heard the bathroom door in the distance open with a soft squeak, followed by the faint thud of it closing. The sound was so normal, it felt cruel. Just someone going to the bathroom. That was the truth. But my body didn't accept it. Not fully. The fear didn't drain away. It clung to me, stubborn and irrational, like a parasite. Another sound, fabric rustling, made my stomach jump. I realized it was Evan shifting in his sleeping bag, trying to find a position that didn't feel like vulnerability. His breathing was shallow, too controlled. He was listening as hard as I was. The campground became a catalog of noises. Each one demanded interpretation. Each one could be explained, but explanations didn't feel reassuring anymore. They felt flimsy, optional. I kept imagining the man's smile. Not wide, not angry, just knowing. The kind of smile that suggests you're part of someone else's plan without realizing it. At some point, the wind picked up. It moved through the trees and made the tent walls flutter. The nylon made a soft tapping sound, repetitive and gentle like fingers on fabric. I tried to tell myself it was wind, just wind. But my body didn't care. My body heard tapping and turned it into someone testing the tent. Someone feeling for weaknesses. Evan whispered, "Did you hear that?" "Yes," I whispered back, even though I didn't know which sound he meant anymore. We lay there like that, trapped between reality and paranoia, until the sky outside the tent began to change. The darkness thinned slowly. The air cooled further. Somewhere, birds started chirping in tentative bursts, like they were checking if it was safe to return. Dawn should have made me feel better. It didn't, because the tent never felt safe again. Not after the park taught me how easily light could be used as a weapon, how silence could be used as a tool, and how a person could stand half in shadow, half in illumination, and make you realize you'd been visible only when they wanted you to be. When the first pale daylight seeped through the nylon and turned the tent walls from black to gray, Evan and I were still awake, eyes open, bodies rigid, pretending that listening hard enough could keep something from happening. And outside, the campground was waking up like nothing had happened at all. The first authoritative sound of the morning wasn't a voice. It was a radio. A sharp burst of static cut through the thin dawn air at 7:15 a.m., loud enough that both Evan and I flinched in unison. It came from somewhere close, too close, and for half a second, my brain dragged the night back into the present, convinced the intercom had found us again. Then another radio crackled, and another. Voices followed, real ones, awake ones, the kind that carried weight simply by existing. I unzipped the tent a few inches and peered out, my movements slow and cautious even though the sky was already pale blue. Morning light washed over the campground in a way that should have felt safe. Instead, it made everything look exposed. 2 Ranger trucks were parked near the main loop entrance, green and white, engines still running. Their radios chirped intermittently, clipped voices bouncing between units. Beyond them, partially blocking the access road, were state trooper vehicles, dark, official, unmistakable. The sight of them sent a strange wave of relief and dread through me at the same time. Authority meant something bad had happened. Authority also meant someone else was in control now. People started emerging from tents and RVs around us, confused and irritated. Zippers rasped. Doors opened. Someone swore loudly about being woken up. A man in a flannel robe stood barefoot on the gravel, coffee mug in hand, staring at the trucks like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Evan leaned close to me. "That's not normal," he whispered. "No," I said. "It's not." A ranger walked briskly past our site, radio clipped to his shoulder, eyes scanning. He didn't look panicked. He looked focused, like someone trying very hard not to let panic leak into his posture. The radios kept talking, to secure the East Loop. Troopers en route. Keep campers where they are. The fragments overlapped, layered with engine idles and the low murmur of confused voices. The campground no longer felt sleepy. It felt managed, contained. A loudspeaker mounted on a utility pole near the bathrooms popped to life. The sound made my stomach drop. Not the park's intercom. A different system. Lower quality. Harsher. "Attention campers," a voice said, amplified and impersonal. "This is the Park Service. Please remain calm and remain at your campsite until further instructions are given." A ripple moved through the campground. People stopped packing coolers. Conversations cut off mid-sentence. Kids who'd been running around slowed, sensing the shift in adult tone. The voice continued. "Due to an ongoing law enforcement matter, we will be conducting a temporary evacuation of the campground. Rangers will be moving site to site. Please cooperate and follow instructions." Someone near us muttered, "What the hell is going on?" Another voice, louder, angry. "We just got here last night." Evan and I didn't say anything. We didn't need to. My chest felt tight, like I already knew what was coming next, and my body was bracing for impact. Rangers began walking the loops in pairs now, radios murmuring constantly. One of them stopped near our site, spoke quietly into his shoulder mic, then moved on. I watched him go, trying to read his face for clues. Then I heard it. The description. It came from a trooper standing near the access road, talking to a ranger in a low voice that still carried across the open space. "White male, late 30s to early 40s, the trooper said. "Disheveled, shirtless or partially clothed, possibly injured, may have blood on him." The words hit me like a physical shove. Evan's head snapped toward me. The trooper continued, flipping through a small notebook. "Last seen moving through service corridors. Unknown direction of travel. Service corridors." My hands started shaking. The ranger nodded grimly. "We've got multiple reports from overnight staff. Park security picked up anomalies on motion sensors around 12:30, 1 a.m. Anomalies. The trooper lowered his voice further, but not enough. Victim was found just before dawn. I stopped breathing. "Where?" the ranger asked. There was a pause, a subtle one, long enough to matter. "Not behind the park," the trooper said. My stomach dropped. "In one of the interior service corridors, between maintenance structures." Evan made a sound, barely audible, but I felt it in my bones. That was where we ran. That was where the lights came on. That was where the blind spots were. The trooper kept talking, his voice clinical now, procedural. "No witnesses so far. Cause of death appears violent. We're still processing." The ranger swore under his breath. I felt like the ground had tilted. All at once, the night rearranged itself in my memory. The man crouched 30 feet away, the dark streaks on his face, the dampness, the small, controlled smile, the beep that hadn't been meant for us. He hadn't been running from something. He'd been coming from it. The loudspeaker crackled again. "Attention campers, this campground is now under mandatory evacuation. Please begin packing your belongings immediately. Rangers will assist. Vehicles will be escorted out in groups. The campground erupted. People argued. Voices rose. Someone demanded a refund. Someone else yelled about ruined vacations. Parents grabbed kids. Dogs barked. Engines started. The peaceful illusion of the place collapsed under the weight of logistics and fear. But beneath the chaos, there was another sound, something quieter, understanding. Evan sat heavily on the edge of the picnic table. His face had gone pale, eyes unfocused. "That corridor," he said quietly. "They said, that corridor." I nodded. My mouth felt dry. "We ran through it. They found him there," Evan whispered. "After we..." "Stop," I said, sharper than I meant to. I took a breath and lowered my voice. "They found the body there, not him." Evan looked up at me then, eyes glassy. "You think that makes it better?" I didn't answer, because it didn't. It made it worse. Rangers came through our loop, instructing everyone to pack. One stopped at our site and gave us the same rehearsed line he'd probably said a dozen times already. His eyes lingered on us for half a second longer than necessary, as if he were trying to decide whether we looked like kids who knew something. I looked away. Around us, tents collapsed. Coolers slammed shut. Sleeping bags were stuffed hastily into bags. The campground transformed into a place of exits and engines and irritation. No one talked about what happened out loud, but everyone felt it. Evan zipped the tent closed for the last time. The sound didn't make me flinch this time. It just made me tired. As we packed, I couldn't stop replaying one detail the trooper had mentioned. Motion sensor anomalies. Not alarms, not alerts. Anomalies. Something the system noticed, logged, and didn't understand. Something someone had known how to use. By the time we loaded our gear into the car, Ranger trucks were positioned at every exit. Troopers stood with arms crossed, watching traffic roll past with unreadable expressions. Radios continued to murmur, low and constant. As our car joined the slow procession out of the campground, I looked back once, just once, toward the trees that marked the edge of the amusement park property. In the daylight, it looked harmless, quiet, closed, no lights, no shadows, no blind corridors visible from here. Just a place everyone would assume was empty. Evan stared straight ahead, jaw clenched. Neither of us spoke, because somewhere between the sound of those authority voices and the evacuation order echoing through the campground, the story had changed. It wasn't about two kids trespassing anymore. It was about timing, about paths, about being in the wrong corridor at the wrong minute, and realizing too late that the systems meant to protect people had never been designed to watch every space, only the ones that mattered. And as the Ranger waved us forward and we drove away, escorted and silent, one thought pressed itself into my mind with sickening clarity. If we had run 10 seconds slower, if we had chosen one different turn, if the lights had come on in a different order, the voices on those radios might have been talking about us instead. 5.3 Part C, the map detail. We were almost done loading the car when I heard it. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't meant for anyone outside the small circle of uniforms clustered near the Ranger truck. It was said the way people say things they assume are already understood. The service corridor behind maintenance. The words drifted across the gravel like smoke, casual and devastating. I froze with one hand on the trunk lid. Evan was still stuffing a sleeping bag into the back seat, his movements jerky and rushed, like he wanted the car packed and gone before his thoughts caught up with him. I didn't say his name. I didn't move. I just listened harder. A ranger stood with a clipboard tucked against his chest, nodding as a state trooper spoke in a low voice. Another ranger crouched near the open back of the truck, rummaging for something. A folded site map lay on the tailgate, its laminated surface catching the morning light. "The corridor behind maintenance," the trooper repeated. "Between the storage sheds and the utility rooms. That's where they found him." Found him. The ranger with the clipboard sighed. "That whole strip is a mess. Cameras don't cover it clean. Never have." Something inside my chest tightened, slow and inexorable. Evan shut the car door and turned toward me. "You okay?" he asked, his voice flat with exhaustion. I nodded too quickly. "Yeah, just hold on." I walked closer to the ranger truck without fully committing to it, hovering at the edge of their space like someone who didn't want to interrupt, but couldn't stop listening. The gravel crunched under my shoes, loud in my own ears. No one told me to move back. No one noticed me at all. The ranger unfolded the site map. It was larger than I expected, printed on thick paper and sealed under plastic. Bright, friendly colors marked attractions, food courts, restrooms, rides. Green dotted the park perimeter. Yellow paths looped and intersected in tidy patterns that made the place look simple, manageable, the kind of map you trust. The ranger laid it flat on the tailgate and pressed a finger to one area near the back of the park. "Here," he said. "This service corridor." The trooper leaned in. "Yeah, that's the one." My breath caught. The corridor was marked with a thin gray line, barely noticeable among the brighter paths. It ran behind the maintenance building, parallel to the main walkway, but offset just enough to disappear unless you knew to look for it. A back-of-house route, a non-place. The ranger traced the line with his finger. No public access. Employees only. We've had issues back there before. People cutting through, kids sneaking around. But nothing like this. I stared at the map, my vision narrowing. Because I knew that line. I knew it intimately. Evan stepped closer, drawn by something in my posture. He followed my gaze to the map, then to the ranger's finger, his face drained of color. "That's," he started, then stopped himself. He swallowed hard. "That's where we ran." I nodded, my mouth dry. "Yeah." The ranger continued talking, oblivious. Initial reports said behind the park, but that's not accurate. It wasn't out by the fence line. It was interior. This corridor runs right between maintenance and concessions. Between maintenance and concessions. My mind snapped back to the night in sharp, unwanted flashes. The narrow passage, the dumpsters, the smell of burnt coffee drifting from the break room, the employees-only door with the scuffed handle, the flicker of the TV left on mute. Evan whispered, "The door." "What?" I asked, though I already knew. "The door we passed," he said, voice shaking. "The one with the keypad, employees only." My stomach turned. "That door was on the corridor," I said slowly. "Right there." The ranger's finger moved again, tracing the path the gray line took across the map. He stopped where it intersected with a cluster of small rectangles representing storage rooms and staff entrances. "This stretch," he said. "That's where the motion sensors kept tripping overnight." The words hit me like a delayed impact. Kept tripping. Not once, not twice, repeatedly. The trooper frowned. Sensors picked up movement starting around 12:45, then again closer to 1. No alarms triggered, just anomalies. 12:45. I felt dizzy. "That's when," Evan whispered. "The intercom," I finished. My hands were shaking now. I shoved them into my pockets, trying to ground myself in something physical. The map swam slightly in my vision, but I forced myself to keep looking. The ranger tapped the map again, more precisely this time. "See this bend?" he said. "That's where the corridor narrows. No cameras there, just lighting and a sensor further back." I could see it clearly now, a subtle kink in the gray line, a pinch point. "That's where the lights went crazy," Evan said under his breath, "where they kept turning on." The ranger glanced up, finally noticing us standing there. His eyes flicked between our faces, registering something, shock, recognition, maybe guilt, but he didn't ask us anything. He just nodded politely, like we were any other confused campers trying to make sense of a bad morning. "Y'all almost packed up?" he asked. "Yeah," Evan said quickly. "Almost done." The ranger nodded again and turned back to the trooper. "We're clearing the whole campground anyway. No reason to keep folks around." They folded the map back up. The moment the ranger lifted his finger from it, something in me collapsed. Because the map had done what my memory wouldn't let itself do on its own. It fixed the night in place. Up until that moment, part of me had clung to a fragile hope that we'd only brushed the edges of whatever had happened. That we'd been nearby, adjacent, unlucky witnesses who'd sensed danger without ever truly crossing into it. The map destroyed that illusion. We hadn't been near the corridor. We had been in it, running through it, breathing in it. The intercom had popped while we were already there, already past the door, already in the space where the aftermath would later be discovered. The timing rearranged itself in my head with sickening precision. The intercom announcement hadn't drawn us toward the corridor. It had sounded while we were inside it. The beep hadn't warned us away. It had announced movement in a space that was already compromised. Evan leaned against the car, his legs suddenly unable to hold him. He stared at the ground, jaw clenched so tightly I thought his teeth might crack. "They found the body after we left," he said quietly. "Yes. But before the evacuation," he continued. "Before morning." "Yes." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Which means I finished it for him. We ran through there before they knew. Before anyone knew." The ranger's earlier words echoed in my head. Motion sensor anomalies, not alerts, not alarms. Anomalies, something the system noticed but didn't interpret as an emergency. Something that didn't trigger a response because the response hadn't been programmed for that kind of movement or that kind of timing. The man's smile flashed in my memory again. Small, controlled, knowing. He hadn't been surprised to see us. He'd been aware of exactly where we were and exactly where we'd just been. Evan squeezed his eyes shut. "If we had stopped," he said. "If we'd hidden longer." "Don't," I said sharply. "Don't finish that." He nodded, but the thought had already landed between us, heavy and unavoidable. We weren't just witnesses to something dangerous. We were in the vicinity of its immediate aftermath, close enough to smell it, close enough to be mistaken for part of it. Close enough that if one ranger, one trooper, one sensor interpretation had gone differently, we might not have been driving out of the campground that morning. We might have been taped off, questioned, or worse, misunderstood. A ranger waved us forward with 2 fingers, signaling it was our turn to join the slow convoy of cars exiting the campground. Evan got into the driver's seat. I climbed in beside him, my movements automatic. As we pulled away, I looked back one last time, not at the park, but at the ranger truck where the map had been. The tailgate was closed now, the map hidden away, the clean, friendly version of the park restored for anyone who needed it. But I knew better. Because once you see how a place is actually divided, where it watches, where it doesn't, where it keeps records, and where it relies on luck, you can't unsee it. Evan drove in silence, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. After a long minute, he said, "They're going to say it happened behind the park." "Yeah," I said. "They're not going to say in the corridor," he continued. "Not really. No. Because that makes it sound close," he said. I nodded. Too close. Behind the park sounded distant, isolated, unlucky. In the corridor sounded like infrastructure, design, oversight, and design implies responsibility. As the ranger waved us through the final checkpoint and the campground disappeared in the rearview mirror, one last realization settled over me, cold and immovable. The most frightening part wasn't that we'd seen something dangerous. It was that we'd trusted the wrong map. And by the time we learned how the park was actually organized, by blind spots and back routes and corridors that didn't officially exist, we were already running through the place where something had ended. Not before, not after, but close enough that the night would never quite separate itself from us again. Chapter 6. Why We Didn't Tell. 6.1 Part A. Silence as self-preservation. We didn't talk about it while we drove. Not at first. The campground road narrowed into a 2-lane highway, trees blurring past on both sides, their early fall leaves still stubbornly green. Morning traffic was light. Work trucks, a couple of sedans heading the opposite direction, someone towing a small boat toward the lake. Normal life, uninterrupted. The kind of normal that makes you feel like whatever terrified you must have happened in a different world entirely. Inside the car, though, the air was thick. It smelled like wet clothes and dirt and sweat. Our clothes, still damp from the night air and fear. Evan had clipped one of those cheap pine-scented air fresheners to the vent earlier, probably without thinking about it. The smell of artificial pine mixed badly with the real scent of us, sweet and sharp at the same time, like something trying too hard to cover up what was already there. The fan blew softly. The radio stayed off. Every few seconds, I glanced at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see flashing lights cresting the hill behind us. State troopers, ranger trucks, someone waving us over, asking polite but pointed questions. Where were you last night? Did you see anything unusual? Why were you near the maintenance area after hours? My stomach tightened every time the thought crossed my mind. Evan drove with both hands on the wheel, knuckles pale, posture rigid. He hadn't relaxed since we'd left the campground. His jaw worked constantly, like he was chewing on words he didn't want to say. Finally, after several miles of silence, he spoke. "We're not telling anyone," he said. It wasn't a question. I swallowed. "I know." "You're sure?" Evan asked, glancing at me briefly before snapping his eyes back to the road. "Because if we say something now, if we change our minds later, it's going to look worse." I nodded, even though my chest felt tight. "I'm sure." The decision had already been made somewhere deep inside me, long before Evan said the words out loud. It had formed the moment I saw the trooper's finger tracing that gray line on the map. The moment I realized how close we'd been, not just to danger, but to implication. Teenage logic isn't noble. It isn't brave. It's practical in the ugliest way. If we told the truth, we'd have to start at the beginning. We'd have to admit we trespassed. We'd have to admit we knew about the fence gap. We'd have to explain why we were inside the park after midnight, why we ran when the lights came on, why we hid, why we didn't immediately go to security. And once you start explaining, you don't get to decide where the explanation stops. Fear of getting arrested wasn't abstract. It was immediate, concrete. I could already picture it. The ranger's polite smile turning stiff, the trooper's tone cooling, the questions slowing down and sharpening. Fear of being blamed was worse. Not officially, not out loud, but in the subtle way people assign responsibility when something bad happens near you. The way suspicion creeps in sideways. Why didn't you call for help? Why didn't you come forward sooner? Why were you there at all? There's a point where telling the truth stops feeling like the right thing and starts feeling like volunteering to be misunderstood forever. Evan broke the silence again. They'll think we were involved. No, I said quickly, then hesitated. I mean, maybe not involved, but connected. Close enough, Evan muttered. We passed a gas station and Evan slowed, pulling in without asking. The sudden stop made my heart jump. He parked near the edge of the lot, away from the building, and shut off the engine. For a moment, neither of us moved. The gas station smelled like hot asphalt and gasoline, the door chime ringing faintly as someone went inside. A delivery truck idled near the pumps, its engine rumbling steadily. Evan rested his forehead against the steering wheel. I keep thinking, he said quietly, that if we tell them, it'll make it real. I knew what he meant. Right now, what we had was memory. Fear, a shared understanding sealed by silence. Once we spoke to authorities, it would become paperwork, statements, records, a version of events we'd lose control over. I don't want to sit in a room with a cop, Evan continued, voice tight, and have them look at me like I'm lying. My own shame flared hot and sudden. Shame that I hadn't insisted we tell someone. Shame that part of me felt relieved Evan was the one saying it out loud, taking responsibility for the choice. We're kids, I said weakly. They'd understand. Evan snorted without humor. They'd understand we broke the law. That shut me up. He straightened slowly and turned to look at me. His eyes were bloodshot, dark circles already forming beneath them. He looked older than he had 2 days ago. You don't think I want to tell someone? He asked. You don't think I keep seeing his face every time I close my eyes? I shook my head. I know. But wanting to and doing it are different, Evan said. I just want to get home. I want this to stop. I nodded again, throat tight. We sat there for another minute, then Evan restarted the car and pulled back onto the highway. The pine air freshener swung slightly from the vent, squeaking faintly with each bump in the road. We drove faster after that. Too fast. The speed felt like escape. Like putting distance between us and the park would thin the memories, stretch them out until they snapped. Trees gave way to suburbs. Suburbs gave way to familiar exits. The closer we got to home, the more unreal the night began to feel. And that terrified me. Because unreal things don't demand action. Unreal things can be buried. Evan's phone buzzed once in the cup holder. He flinched and silenced it immediately without looking at the screen. No one, he said, too quickly. Just my mom. I didn't ask what he'd tell her. When we finally pulled into my driveway, the house looked unchanged. Same porch light, same peeling paint on the railing, same trash bin tipped slightly to one side. The ordinariness of it made my chest ache. Uncle Ray's truck was already there. The sight of it sent a spike of anxiety through me so sharp I nearly told Evan to keep driving. The engine ticked softly as Evan parked. Neither of us moved to get out. He's back early, Evan murmured. Yeah, I said. He probably heard. Heard what? Evan asked, then stopped himself. Never mind. We got out of the car. The smell of wet clothes followed us, clinging. I suddenly felt hyper-aware of how we must look. Rumpled, exhausted, eyes too alert. Like people who hadn't slept. Uncle Ray stepped out onto the porch as if summoned by the sound of the car door closing. He held a coffee mug in one hand, steam rising. He took one look at us and stopped smiling. Rough night? He asked casually. Yeah, I said too quickly. Didn't sleep much. He studied us for a moment, eyes narrowing slightly. Not suspicious exactly, but assessing. The way someone looks at a structure they know well and notices a hairline crack where there hadn't been one before. Park gets shut down this morning, he said, taking a sip of coffee. Heard it on the radio. Evan stiffened. Yeah, I said. They evacuated the campground. Uncle Ray nodded slowly. That's so. He took another sip, then lowered the mug. You boys stay where you were supposed to last night? The question landed heavier than it should have. Of course, Evan said quickly, defensively. We didn't go anywhere. Uncle Ray's gaze flicked to Evan, then back to me. He didn't press. He didn't smile either. Good, he said. Then, after a beat, because people get ideas around that place. My pulse jumped. What do you mean? Uncle Ray shrugged, like he hadn't said anything important. Just happens sometimes. Folks end up places they shouldn't be. Think it's all shut down and harmless. He met my eyes directly then. Quiet doesn't mean empty, he said. The words sent a chill through me. Evan shifted uncomfortably. What are you talking about? Uncle Ray looked away first, toward the yard, toward nothing in particular. I'm saying if anyone asks you questions, you answer what you need to, and you don't go volunteering extra. My mouth went dry. Has something like this? Uncle Ray cut me off gently. I said enough. He took another sip of coffee, then turned back toward the house. Go shower. You both look like hell. We stood there for a moment after he went inside, the screen door creaking softly behind him. Evan let out a shaky breath. Did he? Yes, I whispered. He did. Uncle Ray already suspected. Worse, his warning didn't sound like a first-time thing. It sounded like someone who'd learned long ago that some places attract repetition. That silence, sometimes, isn't just fear. It's precedent. We went inside without another word. I showered until the water ran cold, scrubbing at my skin like I could wash the night off. It didn't help. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the corridor line on the map, the finger tracing it, the realization settling in. When I finally lay down on my bed, exhaustion crushed me instantly, but sleep didn't come. My mind stayed alert, circling the same thought over and over. We didn't tell because telling would have made us part of the story. And on some instinctive level, one I didn't fully understand yet, I knew that story wasn't finished with the park, or with us. Not yet. 6.2 Part B, The Aftermath Months. The fear didn't leave when summer ended. It didn't fade when school started again, when routines snapped back into place, when people stopped talking about the campground evacuation like it was already old news. Fear, I learned, doesn't care about calendars. It waits. It adapts. It learns how to disguise itself as normal awareness. It started with the beeps. The first time it happened, I was pulling into a grocery store parking garage a few weeks after the trip. Late afternoon. Concrete ramps. Fluorescent lighting that buzzed faintly overhead. I rolled my window down to grab a ticket, And as the barrier arm lifted, a small, sharp electronic beep sounded somewhere behind me. I locked up instantly. My foot slammed on the brake so hard the seatbelt cut into my shoulder. My heart surged, hot and immediate, the exact same way it had the night the motion sensor triggered in the park. For half a second, I forgot where I was. I forgot the sunlight filtering through the garage entrance. All I could see was the service corridor, the way lights snapped on in pieces. The beep came again, short, clean, harmless. A car behind me honked. I realized it was just a proximity sensor on the barrier arm, warning the next car to wait. I forced myself to breathe, rolled forward, parked, and walked into the store like nothing had happened. But something had. After that, I started noticing the sounds everywhere. The soft pop of an intercom testing itself at Walmart made my stomach drop every single time. It never mattered what the announcement actually was. Cleanup on aisle 12, store closing in 15 minutes. The momentary crackle before the voice came through was enough. That split second of static dragged me straight back to the park, to the cutoff sentence, to the feedback squeal that felt like a scream swallowed halfway. I stopped wearing headphones in public places. I needed to hear everything. Conversations behind me, footsteps approaching, the hum of machines. Silence felt dangerous, but so did noise. There was no safe setting. Golf carts became another trigger. I lived in an apartment complex near campus by then, the kind with shared green spaces and a maintenance crew that zipped around in small carts during the day. The first time I heard one late at night, engine humming low, tires whispering over pavement. I froze in my kitchen, fingers tightening around the edge of the counter. The sound was wrong at night, too familiar. I waited until it passed, until the hum faded into something indistinct. Only then did I realize my breathing had gone shallow again, like my body had quietly prepared itself to hide. I started taking the stairs instead of elevators. Elevators had cameras, mirrors, corners where you couldn't see behind you. Parking garages were worse. I'd park as close to exits as possible, even if it meant circling for 10 extra minutes. When motion lights snapped on overhead as I walked, I flinched every time. Every single time. Friends noticed eventually. "You're jumpy," one of them said once, laughing it off. "Like a cat." I laughed too, because that was easier than explaining how certain sounds felt like instructions instead of warnings. How light felt less like safety and more like exposure. Evan handled it differently. At first, he pretended nothing was wrong. He joked louder, stayed out later, acted reckless in a way that felt forced, like he was daring the universe to prove him right. But cracks showed through. He stopped taking shortcuts. He hated closed spaces. He refused to park near dumpsters or service entrances. We didn't talk about the park, not directly. But sometimes, late at night, one of us would text the other something small and meaningless. "You up? Or did you hear that?" And the response would come instantly, like we'd both been waiting. The news didn't help. In the weeks after the evacuation, I searched obsessively. Local papers, online forums, comment threads beneath articles that barely skimmed the surface. The incident was reported as a late-night homicide near a recreational facility. Details were vague, location blurred, language careful. A suspect was sought, then questioned, then nothing. No mugshot, no press conference announcing an arrest. No follow-up headline saying the threat was gone. The story simply stopped. People moved on. The internet got bored. New tragedies replaced the old one. But every now and then, I'd stumble across a forum post speculating about it. Someone claiming to know someone who worked security. Someone else insisting it was gang-related. A few people mentioned camera issues or blind spots. But those threads always died quickly, buried under jokes or skepticism. I saved a few screenshots. I don't know why. Proof, maybe. Or reassurance that I hadn't imagined it. Months later, on a night I couldn't sleep, I checked the park's website. I told myself I was just curious. The homepage loaded clean and cheerful. Bright colors, smiling families, ride schedules, ticket prices, a banner announcing reopening weekend, complete with fireworks and discounts. No mention of the incident, no acknowledgement, no scar. The park had reopened like nothing had happened. I clicked through pages I remembered too well now. The attractions list, the map, the same friendly diagram, the same bold paths and icons. The service corridors weren't marked. The gray lines were gone entirely, replaced by empty space between buildings. I stared at the screen longer than I should have. In the photos, the maintenance areas were cropped out. Staff doors just outside the frame. No hint of what existed behind the attractions. No suggestion that anything ugly or hidden had ever happened there. It felt deliberate. The realization settled into me slowly, like sediment sinking to the bottom of still water. The park didn't erase what happened. It absorbed it, folded it into the structure, treated it like a flaw you don't point out, just work around. The systems stayed the same. The blind spots stayed blind. The lights still worked exactly as designed. And the visitors returned. I closed the website and sat there in the dark, laptop glow fading. Outside, a motion light clicked on as someone walked past my building. The sudden brightness made me flinch before I could stop myself. I started dreaming about corridors after that. Not the park, exactly. Just long, narrow spaces behind places meant to be seen. Grocery stores after closing. Schools at night. Office buildings when the cleaning crews moved through with carts and radios murmuring softly to themselves. In the dreams, I was always moving. Always trying to stay in shadow. Always aware of lights turning on in the distance. Sometimes I heard the intercom. Sometimes it cut off mid-sentence. Sometimes it didn't say anything at all. It just hissed, waiting. I woke up from those dreams drenched in sweat, heart racing, convinced for a split second that I wasn't alone in the room. I never told a therapist any of this. I wouldn't have known where to start. I trespassed once, and now parking garages scare me didn't feel like something that would translate. So I adapted. I memorized escape routes everywhere I went. I noted where cameras pointed. I learned which lights triggered motion sensors and which stayed dark. I learned how to move in ways that felt less noticeable, even when no one was watching. That was the worst part. I didn't just stay afraid. I learned. And sometimes, late at night, when I hear a golf cart hum in the distance or an intercom pop in a quiet store, I wonder if the reason the suspect was never publicly confirmed wasn't because he disappeared, but because there was nothing about what he did that didn't already fit into the way places like that are built. Corridors people don't look at, spaces not meant for guests, systems that watch what they're told to watch and ignore the rest. The park reopened. Families went back. Kids laughed on rides. Photos were taken. Memories were made. And somewhere beneath all of it, the infrastructure stayed exactly the same. I know, because months later, I still hear the beep. And every time I do, my body reacts before my mind can remind itself where I am. Because some sounds don't belong to one place. They belong to a pattern. And once you recognize it, you start hearing it everywhere. 6.3 Part C, Uncle Ray's Call. The call came on a Tuesday night, weeks after everything had supposedly settled. I remember that detail clearly because Tuesdays had become my quiet nights. No classes late, no work shift, just me, my apartment, and the low, steady hum of the refrigerator filling the silence. I'd been sitting on the couch with my laptop open, half watching a show without really absorbing it, when my phone buzzed on the coffee table. Uncle Ray. For a second, I just stared at the screen. He wasn't someone who called without a reason. Texts, sure, quick check-ins. But calls meant something. Calls meant urgency, or at least concern dressed up as casual conversation. I let it ring twice before answering. "Hey," I said, trying to sound normal. "Hey, kid," Uncle Ray replied. His voice was light, almost cheerful. Too cheerful. "You busy?" "No," I said. "Just hanging out." Good, he said quickly. "I won't keep you long." The words didn't match the way he lingered in the silence afterward. I could hear background noise on his end. What sounded like a television murmuring, maybe a kitchen faucet being turned off. Normal sounds, domestic, carefully ordinary. "So," he said, dragging the word out slightly. "How you been?" "I'm good," I lied. "School's fine. Everything's fine." "Good," he repeated. But again, it sounded like punctuation rather than reassurance. Another pause. I waited. He cleared his throat. "Listen, I don't mean to bring old stuff back up." My stomach tightened. "But I had a question," he continued. "And I figured it was better to ask you directly instead of wondering." The refrigerator hummed. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the road, tires hissing faintly against asphalt. I suddenly felt very still, like any movement might interrupt something fragile. "Okay," I said. Uncle Ray exhaled softly into the phone. "You didn't go near the rides that night, did you?" The question landed wrong. Not were you inside the park? Not did you see anything strange? Near the rides. My grip on the phone tightened. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he said, choosing his words carefully now. "You didn't wander off toward the maintenance side, back of house stuff. You stayed where you were supposed to be." There it was. Not an accusation, not a demand, a test. My heart started beating faster, each thump loud in my ears. "Why are you asking me this now?" I said. Another pause. Longer this time. "I ran into an old buddy of mine," Uncle Ray said finally. "Work security contracts. Not for the park directly, but adjacent. Adjacent. That incident," he continued, voice dropping slightly, "got brought up. Not officially, just in conversation." I swallowed. And some things didn't line up, he said. At least not the way they were reported. The room felt smaller all of a sudden, the walls closer. I stood up without realizing it and walked toward the window, staring out at the parking lot below. Motion lights glowed along the sidewalk, steady for now. "What things?" I asked. "They keep saying it was random," Uncle Ray said. My pulse jumped. It wasn't random. The way he said it, flat, certain, sent a chill through me. I didn't respond. I didn't trust my voice. Uncle Ray continued, as if he hadn't expected an answer. "They're calling it a one-off. Wrong place, wrong time, that kind of thing." He scoffed quietly. "That's not how those places work." "Those places?" I asked, even though I already knew. "Big facilities," he said. "Parks, venues, anywhere with layers, public side, private side. You'd be surprised how much doesn't make it into reports." I leaned against the window, my reflection faint in the glass. "Ray," I said carefully. What are you saying? He hesitated. I'm saying, he replied slowly, that this wasn't the first incident tied to that property. My breath caught. There have been situations, he went on. Over the years, not all violent, some just disappearances. Injuries that don't quite make sense. People where they shouldn't be. At times they shouldn't be. And no one talks about it, I said quietly. No, Uncle Ray agreed. They don't. I closed my eyes. Images flickered through my mind unbidden. The corridor, the blind spot, the door marked "Employees Only." The man's controlled smile. The way the intercom cut off like someone had changed their mind halfway through speaking. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Because, Uncle Ray said, and now his casual tone finally cracked, just a little. You boys looked scared that morning. Not confused, not guilty, scared. I felt exposed, even miles away. And because, he added, the question you didn't answer back then, you're answering it now. I didn't say anything. You didn't go near the rides, Uncle Ray repeated softly. That's what you're telling me. I hesitated. The silence stretched. Then I said, we stayed close to where we were. Uncle Ray didn't push. Okay, he said. That's enough. Another sound filtered through the phone. Papers shifting, a chair creaking. He was moving now, pacing maybe. There's something else, he said. And this is the part I want you to listen to. I straightened. The gap in the fence, he said. My stomach dropped. They fixed it, he continued. Officially. Officially. But unofficially, I asked. Uncle Ray exhaled through his nose. Unofficially, it's been fixed before. More than once. I felt dizzy. People keep reopening it, he said. Sometimes it's cut. Sometimes it's loosened. Sometimes it's reinforced just enough to look intentional. For staff? I asked. That's what they say. And you don't believe that? No, Uncle Ray said bluntly. Because staff don't need gaps. They have keys, codes, radios. My thoughts raced. Then why keep it open? I asked. There was a long pause. For access, he said finally. Controlled access. To what? I whispered. To the parts of the park that aren't supposed to be convenient, Uncle Ray replied. The parts that don't show up on brochures. I pressed my forehead against the glass. Outside, someone crossed the parking lot. A motion light snapped on, bright and sudden. My body flinched before I could stop it. They bury reports, Uncle Ray continued. Management hates patterns. Patterns imply liability. So incidents get isolated, reframed, forgotten. And the people involved? I asked. Most of them don't push, he said. Some because they're scared. Some because they're embarrassed. Some because they convinced themselves it was nothing. And the ones who don't? I asked. Another pause. They stopped getting calls back. The words settled over me like dust. Uncle Ray cleared his throat. I'm not calling to scare you. I almost laughed. Almost. I'm calling to tell you that you did the right thing, he said, keeping your mouth shut. A spike of guilt shot through me. Did we? Yes, he said without hesitation. Because if you'd gone to them with what you knew, half knowledge, no proof, you'd have been folded into the same system. And nothing would have changed, I said. Exactly. I stared out the window again, watching the motion light shut off, plunging the sidewalk back into darkness. What about the guy? I asked. The one they never confirmed. Uncle Ray's voice dropped. I don't think he was a question they wanted answered. I felt cold. He knew the layout, Uncle Ray said. He knew where to move and where not to. That doesn't come from wandering. The realization clicked into place, slow and terrible. He wasn't hiding, I said. He was navigating. Yes, Uncle Ray said quietly. Another silence stretched between us, heavier than the others. Ray, I said, my voice barely steady. Why are you telling me this now? Because, he said, they're expanding. My heart skipped. Expanding what? The park, he said. New attractions, new night events, more after-hours access. My mind flashed back to the website, the fireworks banner, reopening weekend. Which means more gaps, he continued. More blind spots, more excuses, and more incidents, I said. That's what I'm worried about. I swallowed. What do you want me to do? Uncle Ray sighed. Nothing. The word felt heavy. I want you to live your life, he said. I want you to stay away from places like that. And if you ever find yourself somewhere that feels wrong, somewhere quiet feels staged. He paused. You leave, he said. No matter how stupid it makes you look. I nodded, even though he couldn't see it. And if anyone ever asks you again, he added, whether you went near the rides that night? I say no, I said. Yes, he said. You say no. The call ended a few minutes later, Uncle Ray returning to small talk like nothing significant had been said. Weather, work, a neighbor's new dog. By the time he hung up, his voice had slipped seamlessly back into normalcy. But mine didn't. I stood by the window for a long time after the call ended, phone still warm in my hand. The parking lot was quiet now. No lights, no movement. Yet I felt watched, not by someone, but by something structural. The idea of surveillance, of systems that see selectively. The worst part wasn't learning there had been other incidents. It was realizing how many times the system had been prepared. Prepared gaps, prepared blind spots, prepared explanations. Someone kept that service gap open for a reason. And whatever that reason was, it didn't require randomness. That night in the park hadn't been an accident. It had been an intersection between design, opportunity, and someone who understood both better than anyone else. As I finally moved away from the window and turned off the lights, one thought stayed with me, cold and persistent. The park didn't fail that night. It functioned exactly as it was meant to. And if Uncle Ray was right, if this had happened before, then the scariest question wasn't why we didn't tell. It was how many people had learned the same lesson and stayed silent for the same reason. Chapter 7. If you hear the beep, don't look. 7-1, Part A, Return. Years later, I didn't plan on going back. That's the lie I told myself afterward, at least. The cleaner version. The one that makes it sound like coincidence instead of gravity. The truth is, I knew exactly where I was when I saw the exit sign. I was in my early 30s by then, passing through upstate for work. One of those short, forgettable trips where hotel rooms blur together and every town feels like a copy of the last. I'd been driving for hours, rain streaking the windshield in thin lines, when the low fuel light came on. I glanced at the GPS, saw a gas station icon just off the highway, and took the exit without thinking. Or maybe I did think. Maybe my hands turned the wheel before my brain could stop them. The gas station sat at the edge of town, half lit and quiet. The kind of place truckers use at odd hours and locals stop at out of habit. The canopy lights buzzed softly, casting that familiar bluish glow that makes everything look slightly unreal. I pulled in, shut off the engine, and sat there for a moment longer than necessary, listening to the ticking of hot metal as it cooled. The air smelled like rain, gasoline, and wet asphalt. When I stepped out of the car, I saw it. Beyond the pumps, past the tree line, just visible if you knew where to look. The fence, same alignment, same slight bend near the back where the land dipped. Chain link, newer now, the metal brighter, cleaner. Fresh signage hung every few yards. No trespassing, authorized personnel only. The letters were bold, reflective, impossible to miss. The property beyond it looked improved. That was the first thing that struck me. Newer buildings, fresh paint, LED security lights mounted high and evenly spaced, camera domes visible even from here, their black lenses glossy and obvious. The whole place had been scrubbed, organized, optimized. It looked safer, and somehow, that made my stomach turn. I pumped gas slowly, my eyes drifting back to the fence again and again, despite myself. The sound of fuel flowing was steady, grounding. A man filled his truck at the far pump, nodding politely at me before climbing back into his cab. A delivery van rolled past on the access road, tires hissing on wet pavement. Normal sounds, normal motion. I paid inside and grabbed a coffee I didn't really want. The cashier didn't look up when I approached, her attention fixed on her phone. A radio murmured behind the counter, some talk show host filling the space with meaningless chatter. As I stepped back outside, coffee in hand, I heard it. Beep. Short. Clean. Electronic. I froze. The sound came from the direction of the property, not the gas station. Not loud enough to be an alarm, not urgent, just a confirmation sound. The kind of noise that means something crossed a line. My pulse spiked before I could stop it. I stood there, rain misting the pavement, coffee cooling in my hand, and waited for the rational explanation to kick in. Motion sensor, door chime, service alert. Any of the dozens of harmless reasons that sound exists in modern life. It came again. Beep. Same tone, same distance. I turned slowly toward the fence. Beyond it, a security light flicked on near one of the newer buildings, illuminating a stretch of pavement behind what looked like a maintenance structure. The light revealed a narrow service lane, cleaner than before, freshly repaved, but unmistakable. A corridor. I took a step closer without realizing it. That's when I noticed something that made my breath hitch. The cameras. Most of them were obvious, angled toward entrances, toward main walkways, toward places people were expected to be. But along that service lane, at the edge of the light's reach, there was a subtle absence, a gap. Not in the fence, in coverage. The lights covered the lane, the cameras did not. The realization settled over me slowly, cold and precise. Years had passed. Ownership had changed. The park had expanded, modernized, rebranded. Everything visible had been upgraded. But the structure beneath it, the logic of the place, was the same. I took another step, close enough now that I could see the fence clearly. The wire was newer, reinforced, secured with heavy-duty ties instead of the cheap ones we'd slipped through as kids. At first glance, it looked sealed completely. At first glance. Then I saw it. A section near the back, partially obscured by a utility shed and a row of hedges that had been allowed to grow just tall enough to block the view from the road. The fence there wasn't broken. It wasn't cut. It was designed. A maintenance overlap, a removable panel, the kind of thing that looks permanent unless you know what you're looking at. My coffee slipped slightly in my grip, splashing hot liquid onto my hand. I barely felt it. The beep sounded again, this time closer. I scanned the service lane instinctively. my eyes tracing the edges of shadow the way they had learned to do years ago. The light stayed on, steady now, illuminating nothing but wet pavement and painted lines. No one was visible. That was the problem. The place looked too clean, too orderly, like every improvement had been made with the assumption that whatever happened before was a flaw in execution, not design. I thought about Uncle Ray's voice on the phone years ago. They're expanding. I thought about the reports that never went anywhere, the suspect never confirmed, the incidents that were reframed, isolated, forgotten. And suddenly, something clicked into place. The man we saw that night hadn't been improvising. He hadn't been running from something. He had been moving with the system, the blind spots, the gaps, the timing of lights and sensors. Those weren't weaknesses to him. They were tools. The beep wasn't a warning. It was feedback. I stepped back, heart pounding now, and forced myself to look away from the fence, to look at the gas station, the road, the normal world that still functioned whether I understood it or not. A car pulled in behind me. Someone laughed near the door. Life went on. But the realization stayed. The gap was still there. Not in the exact same form, not in the same condition, but present, maintained, useful. I got back into my car with shaking hands and shut the door, sealing myself inside the familiar cocoon of glass and steel. The engine started smoothly. The dashboard lit up. The radio came on automatically, music filling the space. I didn't put the car in gear right away. I sat there staring straight ahead, replaying the night in my mind with this new understanding layered over it. The man's controlled smile, his patience, the way he'd appeared not where chaos was, but where structure failed quietly. He hadn't been fleeing the park. He'd been working it. I pulled out of the gas station and back onto the highway without looking in the rearview mirror. As the town disappeared behind me, I tried to convince myself that this was just an old fear resurfacing, that I was projecting meaning onto coincidence, that nothing bad was happening now. But the thought didn't stick, because deep down, I knew better. Places like that don't change just because they repaint walls and add cameras. They change only when the logic beneath them is rebuilt. And this place? It had simply learned how to look cleaner. As I merged into traffic, one final thought settled over me, heavy and certain. If you ever hear the beep, don't look for who triggered it. Ask yourself where it came from, and then leave. Because if the gap is still there, it means someone still finds it useful. And usefulness is never random. 7.2 Part B, the proof in the small things. I told myself I was only going to look from the road. That was the deal I made with my own nerves as I pulled off the highway a few exits later and found a spot to park near a strip of small businesses. An auto parts store, a diner that smelled like fryer oil even from outside, a seasonal fireworks shack already boarded up for the year. From that lot, you could see the edge of the old property if you angled your head just right. Not the attractions, not the bright public face, just the perimeter, the fence line, the utility access road that ran like a scar along the back. I didn't cross any signs. I didn't hop anything. I didn't trespass. I stayed in daylight on a public sidewalk in a legal area where I had every right to be. That's what I kept repeating as I started walking. The weather had cleared into one of those clean, upstate afternoons that feels too crisp to belong to anything bad. The sun was bright but not warm. Leaves skittered across the pavement in small bursts. Somewhere down the road, a lawnmower droned steadily, the sound almost soothing in its consistency. The fence was closer than it had looked from the gas station. It ran parallel to the road for a long stretch, newer chain link topped with angled supports. The metal shone in places where it caught the sun. In others, it fell into the shadow of trees and utility poles, turning dull and gray. Everything about it looked maintained. That was the first proof, even before I found anything specific. Not abandoned, not neglected, not something left to rust and disappear. The perimeter had been watched, repaired, refreshed. There were signs every few yards, clean white backgrounds with bold black lettering and a red warning stripe. No trespassing, active surveillance. Cameras sat high on poles at regular intervals, glossy domes and box units with sun shields. They were obvious, intentional. A message as much as a device. And yet, as I walked, I started to see what my eyes had always done when fear trained them properly. Not what was present, but what was missing. Some cameras aimed straight down the road. Some covered the main gate. Some watched the public-facing corners where people might reasonably try to sneak in. But along the long, featureless stretch behind what I remembered as maintenance, the coverage thinned. Not dramatically. Not enough that someone passing by would notice. Just enough that certain angles didn't overlap the way they should. It was like someone had drawn a line and decided the rest wasn't worth seeing. The property beyond the fence looked cleaner than I remembered, even from this limited view. Fresh gravel on service roads, trimmed hedges, utility buildings repainted in neutral tones. Everything looked like it had been stripped of personality and replaced with efficiency. That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made me feel like the place had learned how to hide in plain sight. I kept walking, hands in my jacket pockets, trying to look like a man killing time before a meeting, like someone waiting for a ride, like anyone other than what I was, someone returning to a scar to see if it had healed or if it had just been covered. Half a mile down, the sidewalk bent slightly around a cluster of trees. The fence line shifted with it, and for a moment the road noise softened, muffled by leaves and distance. In that quieter pocket, every sound gained weight. That's when I heard it. A faint, familiar pop of static. Not a full announcement, not music, not the distorted voice of a schedule update. Just that brief, unmistakable sound, the one you hear when someone presses a microphone button and then releases it too quickly. Like a test, like a habit. PHT. My body reacted before my brain could. My shoulders tightened. My breath caught in my chest. The hairs along my arms lifted under my sleeves like they remembered before I did. I stopped walking. The sound had come from inside the property, not from the road, not from a passing car radio, not from my phone, from behind the fence. I stood still and listened, my heartbeat loud enough to compete with the wind. For a few seconds, nothing else happened. The lawnmower droned in the distance. A car passed and its tires hissed against the pavement. A bird chirped, sharp and impatient. Then another pop. This one slightly louder, like whoever was doing it had moved closer to a speaker, or like I'd stepped into a better listening angle. Pot. My stomach turned. It wasn't an announcement. It wasn't scheduled. It didn't have the preamble tone of a system message. It was the sound of someone checking if the intercom was live, the same kind of sound that had preceded the cutoff announcement that night. I forced myself to move again, but slower now, controlled. One step, then another, as if sudden motion might make the property notice me. The idea was irrational. The fence was between us. The cameras were fixed. I was a grown man on a public sidewalk in broad daylight, and yet dread thickened in my chest, like it had weight. I approached a stretch where the fence ran behind a utility shed and a row of hedges. From the gas station, that area had looked like a minor visual obstruction. Up close, it was more deliberate than I'd wanted to believe. The hedges weren't wild. They were trimmed to a specific height, tall enough to block the view of the fence's lower sections from the road, but not so tall that they looked suspicious. The shed sat at a slight angle, creating a blind wedge where the sidewalk's view was interrupted for a few yards. I slowed unconsciously. My eyes locked onto the fence. At first, it looked seamless. Reinforced wire, new posts, no obvious damage, no sagging, no cut lines. Then I saw the ties, fresh wire ties, bright metal, not the dull rusted ones you see when something's been there for years. They were clustered in a pattern that made no sense if the fence was simply reinforced. Too many ties, too close together, concentrated around a section where the chain link mesh overlapped slightly. An overlap that didn't need to exist unless something was designed to shift. My mouth went dry. The pattern was different from the cheap plastic ties Evan and I had seen as teenagers, but the intention was the same. Keep a section secure enough to look permanent, but flexible enough to be moved by someone who knew how. I leaned forward slightly, careful not to touch anything. I didn't need to. The evidence was visual, quiet, and precise. Someone had been here recently. Not to break in, to maintain. A small shiver ran through me, cold and involuntary. The sun still shone. The road was still there. A pedestrian passed on the opposite side, earbuds in, eyes forward, unaware that anything about this fence line mattered. I kept walking, but now every sign felt like it was aimed at someone else. A new notice had been posted on a metal pole near the bend in the sidewalk. It wasn't one of the standard no trespassing signs. It looked more official, laminated, clipped to a clipboard-style backing, the ink darker and more recent. The top header read, "Security Notice" in block letters. Underneath it said, "Report all trespassing immediately. Do not approach. Notify on-site security or call local authorities." My stomach tightened as I read it twice. Do not approach. It wasn't written for casual teenagers. It wasn't written for bored locals cutting through. It was written like there had been a problem serious enough to require a reminder. I looked back toward the hedged section with the fresh ties. Then, without warning, a third intercom pop sounded. Closer, sharper, pipshti. For a split second, I imagined a voice following it. An announcement, a name, a direction. Nothing came, only silence. But it wasn't the calm silence of an empty property. It was the charged silence of a system that had just been tested and confirmed. I kept walking until the sidewalk ended near a private road barrier and a cluster of new construction signage. My legs felt strangely heavy, like my body wanted to turn back, but my mind wouldn't allow it yet. I stopped near a utility pole and pretended to check my phone, though my screen was dark. Inside the fence line, a service road ran behind the buildings. A security light was mounted above a doorway I couldn't fully see. Cameras covered the obvious approach. The rest was shadowed. The clean paint and new hardware should have reassured me. Instead, it proved something worse. This wasn't memory. This wasn't trauma replaying itself in a different decade. Me projecting ghosts onto chain link and hedges. The intercom pop had happened in real time. The ties were fresh in real time. The notice existed in real time, meaning the dread wasn't coming from my past. It was coming from the present tense reality that the system, whatever it was, still worked the same way it always had. That the perimeter still had a maintained weakness disguised as maintenance. that someone still cared enough to keep that pattern alive. My phone buzzed with a work notification. The vibration made me flinch, sharp and embarrassing. I realized then how quiet my breathing had become, how still I'd gone. I forced myself to move again, turning back the way I'd come, walking at a normal pace, passing the hedges without looking too long, passing the signs without reading them again. But as I walked away, the intercom popped one more time behind the fence. Soft, casual, like someone tapping a mic just to see who reacted. And even though I didn't turn around, I felt it in my body, the old, trained response that had never left. The beep was never the scary part. The scary part was what it meant. Someone knew where the blind spots were. Someone was still using them. And somewhere behind that clean, upgraded perimeter, the same logic was still alive, watching what it wanted to watch, ignoring what it didn't, and leaving just enough room for the right person to move through. 7.3 Part C, Final Cold Ending. I didn't drive home that night. I told myself it was logistics, too late to make the full trip, too many hours on the road, too much work waiting in the morning. That was the clean explanation, the adult explanation, the one you can say out loud without sounding irrational. The truth was simpler. After walking that fence line in daylight, after hearing the intercom pop from inside the property like a quiet throat clearing, I didn't trust myself to be alone on the highway for hours with nothing but darkness and my own thoughts. So I pulled off at the next cluster of roadside signs and booked the first place that looked halfway decent, a low motel just off the highway. 2 floors, exterior doors, a parking lot that smelled like damp asphalt and cigarette smoke, the kind that never fully washes out. The neon sign out front buzzed and flickered like it was tired of being itself. The lobby had a bell that didn't ring properly, and a bowl of stale mints that looked like it had been there since last winter. The clerk slid my keycard across the counter without making eye contact. He looked half asleep, watching something on his phone behind the desk. A muted TV glowed in the corner, the brightness turned down, captions crawling across the bottom like a whisper. Room 214. The number sat on the door in faded plastic, the 1 slightly crooked. The hallway smelled like old carpet shampoo and air freshener, the cheap kind that tries to be linen but ends up smelling like chemicals. Somewhere down the corridor, an ice machine clunked, then went quiet again. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was exactly what you'd expect. Beige walls, heavy curtains, a bedspread with a pattern designed to hide stains, a small desk bolted to the wall, a TV that wasn't centered properly, angled like it had been kicked once and never corrected, a lamp by the bed that cast an anemic pool of yellow light. I left my suitcase by the door and didn't unpack. I don't know why that detail matters, but it does. It felt wrong to settle in. Wrong to behave like this was a place I would inhabit, like my instincts were telling me to keep myself ready to move. The air conditioner kicked on almost immediately, a sudden mechanical roar that made me flinch. It blew cold air with the smell of dust, then softened into a steady hum. The vent rattled slightly, vibrating the plastic grate. I sat on the edge of the bed and listened. A motel is a chorus of small systems. You don't notice it until you're trying to be quiet. The AC cycling, the refrigerator compressor clicking on and off, the faint buzz of the hallway light outside the door, bleeding through the gap at the bottom like a thin line of sickly brightness, the distant thump of someone's footsteps on the floor above, the occasional cough, the thin laugh of a TV from another room, normal noise, the kind of noise that should have been comforting. I showered quickly, not because I felt dirty, but because I wanted the hot water to override my senses, to reset them. The bathroom fan whirred loudly, the sound too similar to industrial ventilation. I shut it off as soon as I could. The sudden quiet afterward made my skin prickle. I lay down, but I didn't turn off the lights. I couldn't stand the idea of the room going dark while the hallway stayed faintly illuminated. That kind of half-light always felt worse, like something could move in the gray and you wouldn't know until it wanted you to. The AC cycled again, louder this time, then settled. The ice machine clunked. A door shut somewhere along the walkway outside, followed by the brief metallic rattle of a latch catching. Someone's muffled voice drifted through a wall and disappeared. I stared at the ceiling and tried to convince myself I was overreacting. I'd walked a fence. I'd read a sign. I'd heard an intercom pop that could have been routine. Nothing had actually happened. That thought almost held. Then my phone buzzed on the bedside table. Not a call, not a text, a notification. The screen lit up in the dim room, bright enough to cast a faint glow on the bedspread. My chest tightened automatically. I reached for it too quickly, as if speed would keep the message from changing into something worse. It was a local community alert, one of those opt-in safety bulletins towns send out when they want to look proactive. Community alert, suspicious person reported near park property. For a few seconds, I just stared at the words. My thumb hovered. I didn't want to open it. Opening it felt like stepping across a line, like admitting that the day hadn't ended when I drove away. But the notification was already there. The words already inside my room. I tapped it. A short bulletin filled the screen. The language was careful, sanitized, but the meaning was unmistakable. A suspicious individual was observed near the service road adjacent to the park property. Residents and visitors are advised to remain aware of their surroundings and report any concerns to local authorities. Below that, a description. My eyes locked on it, and my stomach dropped in a slow, nauseating wave. Disheveled male, damp face, seen lingering near maintenance access. I read it twice, then again. My mouth went dry. The room suddenly felt too quiet, like all the small systems had paused to let the words sink in. The AC continued to hum, but I heard it differently now. Less like comfort, more like a machine keeping time. The hallway light buzzed faintly, the sound threading through the crack under the door like a thin wire. I sat up slowly, phone clenched in my hand. I wasn't back at the park. I wasn't even close, not really. Just a motel off the highway in a town that existed for exits and gas stations. But the description pinned me to the bed as effectively as any locked door. Damp face, service road, maintenance access. A memory tried to rise. His posture, the half-light, the small, controlled smile. And I shoved it down before it could fully form. Thinking about it felt dangerous, like the act of recalling might invite the thing itself closer. I stood up and walked to the door. The peephole was centered at eye level, a small, ordinary circle of glass, slightly scratched. The kind of thing you normally look through without thinking. I stared at it without moving. Behind the door, the hallway existed in a narrow strip of light and shadow. People could pass. Doors could open. Someone could stand there and wait. I didn't put my eye to the peephole right away. Instead, I listened. The hallway light buzzed again, a subtle electrical tremor. The ice machine clunked down the corridor. The AC cycled off, leaving a brief vacuum of silence before it clicked back on with a low whir. My phone vibrated once more, as if to remind me it was still there, still connected to this town's nervous system. I didn't look at the screen again. I finally leaned in and peered through the peephole. The hallway was empty. No shadows, no feet, no figure standing too close to the door. Just stained carpet and beige walls and a flickering sconce farther down, its light stuttering every few seconds. I should have felt relief. I didn't. I turned away from the door and looked at the window. The curtains were heavy, drawn almost all the way closed, but not perfectly. A narrow gap remained at the edge where the fabric didn't meet, letting in a thin slice of view. The parking lot outside, damp pavement reflecting the yellow glow of scattered lights. My pulse quickened. I stepped toward it slowly, like approaching something that might bite. I stopped just short of the curtain. I didn't pull it open. I didn't widen the gap. I just stood there, staring at that thin slice of outside world. Cars sat parked in crooked lines. A pickup truck with a dented bumper, a sedan with fogged windows, a delivery van with no markings. Nothing moved. No one walked between vehicles. No headlights cut through the dark. Then, in the far corner of the lot, a motion light flipped on. It snapped alive with the same abruptness as the park's lights, harsh, white, exposing a rectangle of pavement beside a maintenance shed attached to the motel's office building. The light revealed a dumpster, a side door, and a patch of gravel. At the exact same moment, a hard electronic beep sounded. Sharp, clean, close. Not from my phone, from outside, from the building sensor near that door. My entire body locked. My hand hovered inches from the curtain, trembling. The instinct to look, really look, to rip the curtain open and confirm what triggered it, hit me like a physical force. And layered under that instinct was something else, a remembered rule. If you hear the beep, don't look. I stood perfectly still, holding my breath without realizing it. The AC cycled, the vent rattling softly, the hallway light buzzed. Somewhere outside, a car door shut in the distance. Or maybe it was just the building settling. The motion light stayed on, bathing the corner of the parking lot in hard clarity. The beep did not repeat. That was worse than if it had, because one beep meant a single crossing, a single confirmation. Not an error, not a malfunction, a presence. I lowered my hand slowly and stepped back from the window without opening the curtain any farther. My heart was pounding so hard, it made my vision pulse. I returned to the bed, sat down, and stared at my phone on the table like it might light up again with another message. The community alert stayed on the screen, the description still visible. Damp face, service road. I didn't know if the suspicious person was the same man. Logically, I couldn't know. Years had passed. Time changes people. Towns exaggerate. Reports get distorted. But my body didn't care about logic. My body recognized patterns. I lay back on the bed, fully clothed. Shoes still on. Lights still on. I stared at the ceiling and listened to the motel's systems cycle through their quiet routines. Every sound felt like a potential signal. Every pause like a decision. Outside, the motion light eventually shut off, plunging the parking lot corner back into darkness. I still didn't look. I stayed there, eyes open, waiting for the next beep that might come, or might not. Because the worst part wasn't that I recognized the sound. It was that the sound felt like it recognized me. When I think back on everything that happened, I realize the most frightening part wasn't the man, the park, or even the night itself. It was how ordinary everything was. Nothing in this story relies on the supernatural. There were no monsters, no curses, no impossible events. Every detail existed within systems we interact with every day. Security cameras, motion sensors, service corridors, warning signs, authority voices, and rules that are supposed to protect people. And yet, those same systems didn't stop what happened. They shaped it. What unsettles me most is how easily danger can exist between things. Between what's monitored and what's ignored. Between public and private space. Between what's officially acknowledged and what's quietly absorbed. The park didn't feel unsafe because it was chaotic. It felt unsafe because it was organized, clean, optimized, designed to function smoothly while quietly deciding which spaces mattered and which ones didn't. That night taught me something I've carried into adulthood. Safety is often an illusion created by structure, not proof of protection. Cameras don't mean coverage. Lights don't mean security. Silence doesn't mean absence. Sometimes, silence means no one is paying attention. I also think about how fear teaches faster than comfort ever does. After that experience, I didn't just become cautious. I became observant. I noticed angles, blind spots, patterns in how places are built. I learned to trust the feeling that something is off, even when everything looks normal on the surface. That awareness hasn't ruined my life. If anything, it sharpened it. I didn't walk away paranoid forever. I walked away understanding that intuition isn't weakness. It's data. It's your brain recognizing patterns before your conscious mind can articulate them. And sometimes, listening to that instinct isn't about bravery or heroism. Sometimes it's about quietly leaving, saying nothing, and choosing not to be where a system is failing. People often ask why we didn't tell anyone. The honest answer is complicated. Fear, yes. Shame, maybe. But also the understanding, especially at that age, that telling the truth doesn't always lead to resolution. Sometimes it just folds you into the same system that already decided what it wanted to see and what it didn't. That doesn't mean silence is always right. It just means reality isn't as simple as morality lessons make it sound. Looking back, I don't feel proud of what happened, but I don't feel frozen by it either. I feel informed, more aware of how environments shape behavior, how danger can hide inside routine, and how the most unsettling threats aren't loud or dramatic. They're procedural. They move through blind spots. If there's one thing this story leaves me with, it's this. Pay attention to how places function, not just how they look. Pay attention to what's well lit and what isn't, to which paths are encouraged, and which ones are quietly maintained but never mentioned. And if you ever feel that subtle moment when a place stops feeling neutral, when quiet feels staged instead of peaceful, that feeling deserves respect. You don't need proof. You don't need validation. You don't need to wait for something bad enough to happen. Sometimes the smartest thing you can do is leave before the story decides you belong in it.